This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Oh, what's going on? I forgot to... don't have any lights on, so oh well. It's okay. Yep, they put in the insulation in their roof in the garage today. Boy, that was fun. Waiting for people to get here. But hey guys, today is the first day of the new month. So hopefully we can get it started off right. Made the goal in the earlier show, so hopefully the freaks can help support the channel tonight. You know, because last night, for those of you who weren't here, we donated $4,500, $500 to Texas Echo Search, $500 to NCMEC, $500 to RAIN, and $3,000 to the DNA Fund. And that's for use for, I guess there's actually, one of the cases that we're funding is getting close to fruition here. So, you know, one of the ones we don't really talk about too much. There was a body found on the edge of a lake in Michigan again. So we'll see how that goes. Second. I was just going to show you guys something. It's pretty cool. There it is right there. So here we go. I think this is the one right here. Yeah, so right here it says, so we're funding, oh, you can't see it, hold on. It's hard to remember sometimes. Yeah, so right here on Facebook, right here it says, we want to give a shout out to Grant Hughes Investigates and the Freaks. There you go. For funding the balance needed for Winnie Doe. Winnie just entered our lab pipeline. Thanks to his generous donation. Don't forget to check out his channel, Grant Hughes Investigates, and there it is right there. And a Jane Doe infant was found in 2000 in Wyoming, Michigan. So it's Wyoming, Michigan. Identifiers will begin trying to identify this Winnie Doe, but we will need your help. There you go. I think that was the one that we funded fully. So there you go. All right, and it's you guys that support my channel, and then, you know, I make an income on the channel, but then I take a large portion and give it to great things like that. I think we've given identifiers around $70,000 for identifying Jane and John Does. So that's it. There you go. Put up the goal on the screen at least there for you guys. So you guys are awesome. Thank you for the support on the channel to allow us to be able to do that. That one will probably lead to an arrest of somebody, since the you know, somebody just like threw a baby out the window, and I don't even think it had a name yet. It was an infant. Like, it just, we're not even trying to identify the name really because there isn't one. It's just, I mean, it's sort of an odd one, right? Because normally you're trying to give somebody their name back, but in this case there probably wasn't a name, but at least the parent who threw the baby out the window, likely, or whoever did that, gets punished for it. So there you go. That's in the pipeline. There's also another one. I'll show you another one. Hold on a second.
Chewbacca?
Thank you, Gloria Batari. We have that one, and then we have, this is one here that apparently there's likely a match made by a different, not Misty, it's another one of the genealogists there. This one says it was a male, white Caucasian adult, 35 to 60, estimated year of death was 2012 to 2014, 5'9", identified deceased, South Haven, Michigan, Allegheny County. Let's see, what was it? And basically, unidentified remains found on the Lake Michigan beach near South Haven, Michigan. One or more limbs not recovered. Hair color unknown. So this is just somebody that washed ashore. Nobody knows who it was, or there was no name. So that one, I think they have an identity. It's what did she say? She said, so we have one potential solve on one of your cases. We're waiting for confirmation testing. It's one of the Michigan cases. So there you go. Thank you for you guys for allowing us to be able to do that. Welcome, J.D. White. Come on down. All right, but let's try to have a good start of the month here, you guys. I think that'd be great. All right. So tonight, what we're gonna do on the show is I made that video the other day, and then there's a couple of one YouTuber from, I guess, UK. He just, oh my God, just ridiculous person. But they have all these thoughts on cases, and they're just so ridiculous. Okay, wishy-washy, trying to thread the needle to try to, if it comes out that Kohberger's the killer, which he is going to be. They can land on both sides, but they're trying to not offend the lunatic fringe. I actually think most of the people that watch are really into the Idaho 4 case are lunatics. Most of the people. I think they're the ones that are like, oh my God, oh. Okay, and they watch your video and they're like, oh Jesus, oh man, this doesn't make any sense. And it makes all the sense in the world, unless you're somebody who just wants to try to pretend it doesn't make sense. What was it? I wrote down, I actually listened to 2 full shows of different people and wrote down, verbatim what they were saying. And it's almost mind-bogglingly idiotic. And I'm not saying that I'm trying, I'm not even trying to be offensive. I'm just saying it's technically idiotic. All right? And I don't know how else to refer to it. It's sick. But everyone's like, oh, great thought, man. What a great video. Well, I totally agree. And it's like, wow, no wonder we're in such trouble as a nation. Because there's people that think like you guys. It's sick. Disgusting crap is what it is. Well, you don't even know who I'm talking about, Stacy. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Well, Mommy Issue, I wouldn't disagree with you. I don't know who the other person that you're talking about is. Hold on, I gotta answer something here. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I sit there and just almost shock, reading, you know, listening, and just going, is this real? I know, K-Me, it's like I said, hey, let's get the month started, and it just went, ooh.
Let's go.
Come on, you guys. Jesus. If you, we got to keep doing, I mean, I'd love to, you know, and probably next year sometime, if we keep the pace up, we'll have given $250,000, I hope, to $250,000 to various true crime related charities. Yeah, and like I said, you guys are it. And I know there's other channels go, good, great, he's always asking. Well, look, if you don't ask for people to help support your channel, then a lot of times they don't do it. Okay, they don't even think about it. And that's the sad part about it. But the reality is we actually make a huge difference here on this channel compared to others out there. I think you guys can kind of see that just based on how the show started here. A fully funded infant that will be identified, and then another case. One of the greatest things that or not greatest things, one of the most interesting ones that we're going to be doing here. Hey, thank you so much, Ali79 and JD White and K-Me. Yes, there's a 1933 case out of Vermont that we have been working on. When I say working on, I mean just constantly, you know, back and forth, like, hey, you know, what's going on, trying different techniques, and finally there's this newer technique out there. It's 1933, likely died in 31-ish, and they were never reported missing by anybody, so that would even lead back to likely the killer. It'd be such an interesting thing to figure out. There was a lady and 2 children with her wrapped up in an awning in 1931 out in the middle of nowhere, really, in Vermont. Thanks, American lady. So we got that. We got a whole bunch of stuff coming, you guys. So this year, hopefully this next year, we get a whole bunch of solves. Got a lot of cases in there. We're just going to keep on trucking. Yeah, I think it's awesome. And so I was on the phone with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick today for, I don't know, maybe a half hour, 40 minutes or so. And I needed to get her, like, the response, because I kind of know the answer, but I wasn't able to articulate it. And then she gave me, explained how, like in CODIS, how it works with the odds, you know, when they come up with the numbers that they come up with. When they say, oh, 1 in 7 septillion or something. And I know how they do that. It's pretty interesting. So when we get to that part of today's show, we'll discuss that too. And one thing I thought might be kind of neat to do, you guys, is to go over all of the press releases that they gave out early on. I went and found that page again. You know, it's pretty interesting. But people are complaining about, they changed their story, red flag. They changed their story, red flag, everybody. Because first they said that Dylan and Bethany lived on the first floor, and then it turns out one of them was on the second. Red flag, red flag. You ever just think that sometimes during an investigation, things just aren't as clear at the beginning, and they start clarifying, and then you get the real answers? You know, like the true, like this is it right now, because now we've interviewed everybody. Or like the time of the murders, maybe they didn't know exactly when that was. They never said it was at 3, by the way. I don't know where that one came from. Maybe they did. I don't remember, but it's just weird how people don't get, every case is exactly the same, right? Like the Delphi case. For years, we thought the girls were dropped off at 1:37. Okay, but it turns out it's 1:49 because that's the time the camera goes by. And it was 1:37, and it was based off of the time of a phone call that Kelsey made to her then boyfriend. But it turns out like probably the phone call was made earlier when they were leaving the house, and she was still on the phone, near the time she dropped them off. Okay? So then you go, oh, wait, the camera then says 1:49. Okay, you're right. Oh, they lied to us. They lied. Did they really lie to you, or was it just that's what they believed at the time? Law enforcement always knew it was 1:49 because they had the surveillance footage. Okay? I don't know, man. People are crazy. Did you hear Gray? He said people are crazy. Well, hopefully you're not one of them, okay? Hopefully you're not one of them. Don't think I'm talking about you. Yeah. Let me get this music playing. So let's just get started on this, all right? It might be interesting. I'll just read off the side over here because it's kind of long. So there's no rhyme or reason for the order of these things. And then maybe if you feel like it, you can also, how about under the post that I just made for the show in the community section, you can put in the weird shit you heard, okay? If you feel like it, put it in there. And don't mean to cuss, but that's what I feel like doing. So I guess I did mean to. All right, here we go, everybody. So first thing the person said was his alibi was driving around. Driving around late at night is not a crime, and lots of people drive around at night. But you'll hear something just ridiculously contradictory later, but the person just doesn't get it, Okay, and then here's what the argument for is it. Listen to this one. The alibi is so bad, he has to be telling the truth. Surely he would have had a better alibi than he was driving around. Yeah, if he had a better alibi, you get it? Like he doesn't have one, and but at least he admitted that he was driving around because they know that they have his car driving around. Do you see how ridiculous that this is already, you guys? What do you guys think of that? The alibi is so bad, he has to be telling the truth. Well, yeah, he is telling the truth. He was driving around late at night on November 12th and into the early mornings of November 13th. Yes, he is telling the truth. Man, I don't know what planet these people are on. It's just, when I listen to it, I go, I think these people are actually dumb. Like there's something not quite right here with them. And it's so weird. It's amazing. See, the thing is, Bryan Kohberger says that I'm admitting that I drove around, but I'm not saying where I drove around to. Okay, how come? Because isn't that part of the alibi? No, I'm just saying that I was driving around. Right. Because we know where you were, Brian. We know where you were. Okay, let's see. There are probably, this is a quote right here. Listen to this lunacy right here, you guys. Listen to this. It's actually funny, but the people who watch these people think it's so great, and it makes so much sense. Listen to this. There are probably a lot of white Honda Elantras driving around in the early AM hours. Exactly the opposite of what I say. How many white Elantras do you think are driving around in Pullman, Washington, or Moscow, Idaho at 3:30 a.m.? He says there's probably a lot of them on November 12th and November 13th in 2022. The chief of police said there were 22,000 white Honda Elantras in the area. And then he went on to say, yeah, but the police actually said, here's what the wording is. You know, notice how this person, God, I just want to throw in some other negative. I can't stand these kind of people. The chief of police said there were 22,000 white Hyundai Elantras in the area. They never said that. They never said there was 22,000 white Elantras in the area. The police said there's 22,000 white Elantras that fit into our criteria. So here's the thing, everybody. There's actually a page out there that tells you how many Elantras were purchased in the United States. So I would imagine that they went 2015 white Elantras, and I mean, who knows if they had a regional thing like Oregon, Washington, Idaho type of thing, and it came out with 22,000 vehicles. If this person thinks that there's 22,000 Elantras in Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman, Washington, then that's all there would be in those towns virtually, almost. I mean, it's just... That's not true, Gray. There's 72,000. Okay, but you get what I'm saying, right? There's 22,000 white Elantras. Don't you just listen to how crazy that sounds, you guys? There was 22,000 in the area, but the police officer said there's 22,000 white Elantras that fit into our criteria. We don't know what their criteria is. It could be like the entire Northwest. You know, like Oregon, Idaho, maybe even Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, every state that surrounds Idaho, maybe they did a search for white Elantras. Doesn't that make some sense, too? Like 2016 white Elantras, then you start weeding through them and say, hey, well, you know, do any of them, or how many of them are right here in Moscow, Idaho, or Pullman, Washington? Man, it's just, wow. And what's embarrassing the most is the people watching and commenting on how, wow, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, cult of madness is what that is. All right, then let's go on to the next one here. This might be like a 2 or 3 dayer here, you guys. I mean, I'm not sure where this is going because there is so much of it. I didn't even realize it. Like I said, I hardly ever watch the other channels, but people go, Gray, have you seen this crap? And there was a YouTuber that said, why don't you watch Gray Hughes' channel? You know, whatever the hell he said. Watch Gray Hughes' channel and watch this video he made. Now, let me tell you where he's wrong about the time inside the house. Okay? They act like... I'm not even going to get to that part. That's coming up later. It's just... Anyways, here we go. Bryan has what looks like... Oh yeah, listen to this crap. So remember one of the court hearings when Kohberger goes in? I hope you guys are following along here instead of just randomly blabbing back and forth to other people chatting. So here's the thing is, you know when Kohberger goes to court, when he walks in, one time he smiles at one of the officers, okay? And then the officer smiled back, and then he went to sit down, and then when he left, he smiled again and left. Okay, now listen to this shit right here. Bryan has what looks like, and it was slowed down, everybody, slow-mo. Bryan has what looks like he just wiped a little smirk off his face, even though you can't see it at all, right? You couldn't see him wipe a smirk off his face. His face looked totally normal, but it's like he must have had a smirk prior to showing up on the camera, because I saw the video. Bryan has what looks like he just wiped off a little smirk off his face, and you can see the deputy clearly has a smirk. They make eye contact. They have a little repertoire together. They have a connection. This deputy would certainly not be buddy-buddy with Bryan Kohberger in Moscow, Idaho, if Bryan had actually done what they're saying he did. Boom, he said. Are you freaking kidding me? Is that a joke, or what is this? Is this a real thing? That's a boom moment? I don't really care if you guys talk back and forth. I just wanted to make sure you're listening to this part so you could hear what I'm saying. That's what the boom moment was, you guys. That he surely wouldn't have smiled at Bryan Kohberger If he was... So let me get it. Let me see if I can understand this. The police officer in the courtroom, the security police officer who was sitting there, he knows without a doubt that Bryan Kohberger is innocent behind the scenes, and they've got a little something going on. He gives them a smile and whatnot, because he wouldn't have smiled at the guy if he was guilty of all these things. You know? Wow, what a great sleuth. Whoa, Dow, that is incredible, everybody. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, man. This is, it's unreal.
Someone said all 4 were killed at Don Linda Lane, then brought to 1,122
oh, yeah.
house.
I don't even know, where's my... Is this the one? I'm trying to find the clown music. I can't even find it. Ding, 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 ding. I gotta get that ready here. Can you believe that, what I just said now? Let me just read it again, because it's so startling. Brian has what looks like that he just wiped a little smirk off his face, and you can see the deputy clearly has a smirk. They make eye contact, and they have a little repertoire. They have a connection. This deputy would certainly not be being buddy-buddy with Bryan Kohberger in Moscow, Idaho, if Brian had actually done that. Yeah, wow. The actual sentence says, if he'd actually done what they're saying he did. Boom! That's the most ludicrous boom that I've ever heard. It's an embarrassment. Are you kidding? And check it out, man. 40-something thousand people watching these videos going, wow, that's fantastic. I saw that too, man. I saw that too. Ooh, 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 ooh. You guys get... I mean, I hope you understand what I'm talking about here. It's almost scary in a way. Don't you think, everybody? What do you think, Zozo? Isn't it a little bit scary? I mean, that there's people out there that actually buy into this stuff. Here, I gotta get some of these sound effects going. I need them. I feel like I have to have them. Hey, thank you so much up there to Coca-Cola 337. I saw this warrant. Couldn't believe it. Someone said all 4 were killed at apartment on Linda Lane and brought to... Oh, God. Really? Where do these people come up with this stuff? Oh, because that one person running at 420 something? Okay. So the white launcher was already gone, by the way, when that person was running to their car, likely to go to work. All right, I got to get these sound effects working. It's almost there, I think. But I hope you guys feel the same sort of, like, just almost anguish. It's like, wow, there's so many people that believe this stuff. How is that possible? Here, I'm going to turn off this. I got to try this out really quick without you guys hearing it. Is that going to work? No. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I think they need to do an update or something on one of these software programs.
Great. We in the workforce believe someone out there thinks that is a boom.
Ray, we in the workforce believe someone out there thinks that is a boom. Yeah, well, they do. They do think that's a boom. Just think about that. Let's work through what what's going on then. So here's the thing: that officer who smiled has this inside knowledge. It's all just a game, everybody. It's all one big setup. The cop smiled because he knows that Kohberger's innocent, and because surely he would never smile at somebody who was actually guilty of doing all those things. Well, he's not guilty yet, right? I believe he's 100% guilty, but I'm not on the jury, right? I don't watch these channels. I just read the comments. Yeah, wow. I mean, reading the comments must make you almost, like, kind of have a, I would say, agita, as they would say, like your eyes are, buzzing around your head. Ding, 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 ding. All right, we'll get one more shot at the audio, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah, makes your head want to explode. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And thank you, Susan Smith Gray. We, the workforce, believe someone out there thinks that is a, yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch more here, you guys. It doesn't end there. It's almost one of the things that is brought up is literally one of the things I joked about, how ludicrous it would be if somebody thought this. And there it is. Okay, voice mod is running. It's saying that. Yep.
It's the house!
Yeah, I don't know why stuff isn't working. Yeah, crazy. Probably gonna have to look for an update or something on one of these. Is there one on that? No, I got the latest version of that. So, anyways. Alright, let me get back to what we're doing here. Okay, so the last one was the Bryan has what looks like a smirk. And the next one is, if you haven't seen it, Bryan Kohberger is a really tall man. Poor Bryan, somebody got his DNA so they could plant it there. That was a murder. Then stole his car and phone too. Yeah. And then they were polite enough to bring his car back, because later in the day, Kohberger drove all the way down to Lewiston and Clarkston area, and he got out of the car and went into Albertsons, where he's seen on camera with his car and his phone. Yeah. So here we go. Bryan, okay. If you haven't seen it, Bryan Kohberger's a really tall man. Why that matters, Dylan Mortensen said, the perpetrator was over 5 feet 10 inches tall.
Then stole his car and phone too. Some people have bad luck.
Yeah, planet, if there was a murder. So it's just pure luck. Yeah, so listen to this one again. If you haven't seen it, Bryan Kohberger is really a tall man. Why that matters, Dylan Mortensen said that the perpetrator was 5 foot 10 inches tall. 5 foot 10 inches tall is a huge difference compared to the 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". You know, somebody that is 6'3", when you see them, you don't say over 5 feet 10, you say well over 6 feet. Are those officers tiny humans as well? I don't think so. They look like large men, which makes Bryan Kohberger a giant. Yeah. That's unfortunate for you, yet again. Crazy wacko sleuths out there. So right here it says, in the probable cause document, this license indicates that Kohberger is a... So look at right here. Let's go right up here. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Kohberger with Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver's license. Information and photograph. This license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Well, it says right here he's 6 feet. Okay? So where are you getting this 6'4" crap from? Anybody? There isn't a 6'4". He's 6 foot, 185 pounds. Wait a minute, it's a doppelganger. It's a guy that looks like Kohberger exactly. He's like his identical twin, but stunted at growth. They quit feeding him for a little bit of time so they could have two different Kohbergers that looked, they have the exact same DNA, but one's taller. What we need to be looking for, everybody, is Bryan Kohberger's stunted twin. Now, let's start looking into that presently. Everybody, quickly get off the show and get on your computers and start looking up clones of Bryan Kohberger that are a little bit shorter. Hurry up. We need your help on this one, everybody. Get back to me with your thoughts on that so we can really start digging in and send this into law enforcement. Okay. Well, that's right. His name is Ryan Kohberger. There you go. That totally makes sense. Okay, that was another one. So we got to move on to the next one now. Hey, wait, I think it's working now. Oh, yeah. All right, ready? Moving on to the next one. Some people have even proven it's not to be. Oh yeah, so when they're talking about on the Linda Lane footage, this guy types in, some people have even proven it's not to be a 2015 white Honda Elantra circling the 500 Queen Road apartments. This isn't me saying this. It's just information I've read on the internet. This isn't me saying it? Wait a minute. These aren't the droids you're looking for. What are you talking about? You just said it out loud. You said... This isn't me saying this. It's just information I read on the internet. Ooh, you read it on the internet. Wow, that gives it a lot of credibility. Hey, thanks Danielle and Wildflowers S. By the way, this is my element right here. This is where I just like, you know, this is kind of how I started even doing YouTube, is the Debunking The Madness shit. And this is lunacy. And you should be ashamed of yourself if you're one of the people that goes to those channels and supports that type of crap over and over again. Because you're the ones that are helping spread it. If you hold them to a higher level of integrity, you might actually, we could turn the true crime community into something better. But you guys aren't doing it. Now when I say you guys, it's the ones that are over there going, ooh, 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 this is so good. Yeah. No, you should be. You should be Hot Ham Radio. You should be absolutely ashamed as shit of yourself if you're over there supporting that garbage, okay? Absolute embarrassment. And that's just the truth, okay? What do you mean, Gray? If I think it's entertaining, I think it... Well, no, I don't care if you think it's entertaining. It's when you're over there commenting, saying, this is great. This is awesome. Okay, well, then those people support him. So then you're not supporting them, Hot Ham Radio. And that'll be the last communication we have on the show. You're wasting my time. I've read a lot of crap on the internet. It's up to me to use critical thinking. Right. But hopefully when you use critical thinking, you actually type in something back to the wackos that are putting out this stuff, right? So let me do it again. Some people have even proven it's not to be a 2015 white Honda Elantra. Some people. You hear that? That was circling the 500 Queen Road. He didn't say 500. I put that in. He said the Queen Road apartment. This isn't me saying this. No, not at all. No. It's just information I've read on the internet. That is absolutely hilarious right there. Okay, here's the next one. Here's the next one. Now, this one here, I think, wins the... It takes the cake as being the craziest thing I've ever read. So remember up above when he said his alibi, driving around late at night? It's not a crime, and lots of people drive around at night. The alibi is so bad, he has to be telling the truth. Surely he would have had a better alibi than he was driving around. Well, thank you. Yes, I agree that he was telling the truth there. There it is. It's really tough. Oh, yeah. So, okay. And it's quite possible Bryan Kohberger was being a peeping Tom on the early morning hours of November. Remember I joked about there's people that will actually say this, and here it comes. I wonder if this person's getting material from me when I, on the show, sarcastically say something. Because listen to this right here. And it's quite possible Bryan Kohberger was being a peeping Tom on the early morning hours of November 13th. I think at this point it's very safe to say he was not the DoorDash driver, but maybe he was just peeping in the window and he saw what happened and he was terrified, so he just kept driving around, drove for hours. In fact, he was probably up for days. Oh my God, you guys, you remember me joking around about that? That there was a car sitting there for 12 minutes? And that vehicle, people will claim he was just looking through the window and he saw the murders and he drove away. Really? Are you kidding me? What a horrible night that was there that night. First of all, you have a peeping Tom sitting in his car doing who knows what to himself. And at the same time, inside that house is a gruesome murder and they're not connected in any way whatsoever. I mean, this is madness, you guys. This is absolute madness. And I hope, I wish you guys would actually, I don't know how to say it, but like, there's never any counter comments in any of these videos, and I'm just not sure how. People, it's good to get comments, even if they're bad or good. They actually like it when it's 50-50. YouTube does, because then there's a battle back and forth, and people just keep coming and watching and saying something. Sorry, Bama. Hey, I was pretty good about it, though. I just said doing whatever, right? Why do you keep typing that in, opinion, Einstein? I don't really get it. Type in a full sentence, a real one, or I'll have to remove those. The same channel also thought for sure that the DoorDash driver was Kohberger. Yeah, right. There was 2 videos on that exact thing. But now we can say it's not him. But yet you were so sure it was him. Right? Now they go, well, Gray, you thought it was Kaylee's boy. No, I never said it was. It was a theory. Okay? It was a theory. I never said it was him. Never accused him of anything or anything. I said maybe this is the possibility. There's a big difference. Big difference in the way you say stuff. Let's see. And it's quite possible. Let me just do it again. It's quite possible Bryan Kohberger was being a peeping Tom on the early morning hours of November 13th. I think at this point it's very safe to say he was not the DoorDash driver, but maybe he was just peeping in the window and he saw what happened and he was terrified. So he just kept driving around. Drove for hours, in fact. I actually went over this as a joke one time. I go, watch how this is going to happen. If you go back, we could find the clip where I said, watch this. Somebody will say that, yeah, it was Kohberger. You know, I was there. I think I was the one when he came up with his alibi. I said, watch. He'll say that he drove over there and he was driving around and he sat behind the house and he was looking into the window like he would normally do. And then he saw murder and he was like, whoa. And then he drove away at a high rate of speed. Except, why did he have his phone? Oh, he didn't want his phone to detect that he was a peeping Tom. I get it. And you know why I'm doing this? If there was only 5 people watching and thinking that was great, I wouldn't do it. But it's tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands. Really almost shameful. It just shows you where we've gone as a country. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. Yet that's what the person said. That he just happened to be in that 12-minute. So for those of you who don't really watch the show very much, you got a situation here where at I think it's about 3:30 the car pulls into the area, and it loops around at 5:31. It goes back around like this, and maybe it stops here for a minute, looks through the window, check that the lights were probably still on. So then he drove around, came back again at 3:38, and the lights were still on. So then he probably went, shit, let me take off for a little bit longer on the third one. So he comes out here, and then maybe he comes over here and passes that Exxon gas station where possibly a white Elantra. And then he came back again, and then on the fourth pass, he comes into the area at 404. He comes around, he drives back here, does a 3-point turn, drives back this way, does a 3-point turn. Right in this area, I think he stopped originally so he drove back here, turned around, and then he tried to park or turn around in this area, but I think that took like 35, 40 seconds, maybe a minute right there. Then he drives down here, does a 3-point turn, comes this way, then he loops around, and then that's at 4:08. And then at 4:20, the car's leaving at a high rate of speed. That means for 12 minutes, his vehicle was inside this red area here. And then it sped away. So what you're saying is that he was a peeping Tom for those 12 minutes, the exact time frame that all 4 victims were murdered. And then he drove away at a high rate of speed, but he was only there because he was a peeping Tom, but he saw through the window the actual killer. And I think this guy suggested it was the DoorDash driver inside. So what a bad night that was. I mean, you have a DoorDash psycho killer, right? That's what this guy is claiming. I don't believe it at all. And a peeping Tom at the same moment sitting outside the house. Wow, that is crazy. All right, you guys, look at that. We're at 53%. Not too bad. Trying to have a good night on the first night of the month. Now, there's people out there, channels that go, oh, great, he's always getting money, trying to get the money. Yeah, well, that's what this is, a monetized YouTube channel. You guys are the only source of income on these live streams. There is no ad revenue, so you guys are the source of income, and that's what allows us to do all the great things that we're doing. And hopefully you guys feel like I'm worth supporting on a nightly basis, and that's how we've been able to do what we're doing. Okay, so if you can afford it, please consider supporting my channel and start off this month well. All right, let's see. The next one is, oh yeah, this one is mind-boggling here. Hey, Kit Kat, what's going on? I had one of those the other day. I shouldn't have. I actually looked both directions. I went, yeah. Yeah, that's basically all bigoted jokes start like this. Okay? You look both directions. Make sure nobody's listening. All right. Hey. Oh, you know, I wish someday we could have a show where all like the old freaks come on and they're all on the phone and we're just talking. And I just remember that. All I remember is our Halloween like 3 years ago. That was so fun. Thanks. Thank you, Gene. Wow, thanks, Bama forever. Oh, that was very cool. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we get the trolls that show up in here, but I gotta tell you, the trolls should be ashamed of themselves for believing this stuff. Okay? All right. So that's just the goal up there. If you guys want to crush it, that'd be great too. That's how you get a great month started. Thank you so much. Sweetie Bama Forever, that's right. And here's Bama Forever. She said you're totally worth supporting. Yeah, well, you guys are amazing because you make such a huge difference.
You are totally worth supporting.
Thank you, Live Free or Die. Thanks for creating such a powerful and productive YouTube channel that has made a difference. Yes, we are one of the very few YouTube channels in the true crime world
that has made a difference for thousands and thousands of people
that actually make a difference, just like Live Free or Die just said. Thanks for creating such a powerful and productive YouTube channel that has made a difference for thousands and thousands of people. See, I even think nights like this that I'm discussing make a difference because it gives people a different look at the. I mean, I don't know if I have to make a video on it or what I need to do, but it's just sort of it gives rational-minded people a place to feel sane, and maybe it'll some of the crazy people when. I don't know if they're actually crazy people, but gullible people believe that come here and see it and they go, yeah, really, wow, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's crazy that somebody would. Thank you, Claudia Neubauer. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Bama Forever typed in last night's donation. Nick Mech 500, Rain 500, Texas Equisearch 500. DNA Fund 3,000, $4,500 for the month, and since 2020, $168,100, and this year so far, $41,350. So, yep, we make a difference, and you guys are what allow me to make a difference here. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do it. I appreciate it.
Don't believe it. They are just cashing in on the deaths of 4 innocent young folks. It's disgusting.
Yeah, well, they're getting so many. Their videos get so many views. The ad revenue must be through the roof on some of those things. All right, so here's the next one, everybody. This one's just as mind-blowing as the last one. Here we go. Listen to this. So remember, you know how it's 5.37 octillion? Remember that? That is 5.37 octillion. Bryan Kohberger's DNA, the DNA source that they found is 5.37 octillion times greater than it being anybody else's. Remember that? This is what this person wrote. An octillion is not even a number. Well, it is. It is a number. It literally is a number. But they said it's not even a number. Specifically, this is them writing again. Or speaking. An octillion is not even a number. Specifically, 5.37 octillion. Why not 6.37 or 5.98? How can it be so specific that it's 5.37 octillion? They say that it has 27 zeros added at the end, and that makes let's see, and that makes me believe that's fantasy. That's like telling all your friends you saw a unicorn in the wild and you think anyone's gonna believe you? I certainly wouldn't. Hey, say there's something like 7 or 8 billion people on the planet Earth. So if there's only 7 or 8 billion, what in the world is octillion? That sounds like fake news. Can you see how, like, you almost can't argue with these people because they're lunatics, all right? Now listen to this. I actually got on the phone with Colleen so I could articulate this, right? So this is, let me clear this off of here. Here we go, everybody. So this is what CODIS uses. They have 20 of these now, but these are all STR locus or loci, whatever the hell they call them over there. Hold on a second. So they use 20 of these now, but see how they have names like TPOX? These are always the same right here. These are specific locations on our DNA, I guess, sequence or whatever. And they grab it. And for example, let's just say TPOX right here. Once they get your, so the 20 little markers they call it right here. So there's only 13 as of like 2017, so we'll just use that. So in 2017, I believe, they're using 13 markers, and TPOX is the same marker location for everybody. But when you get somebody's marker location, you say, based on maybe all the other CODIS databases and other research they've done, they can say that 1 in 1,000 people have this particular. So once you have the DNA sample in CODIS, they can look at it and go, yes, there's 1 in 1,000 people have this particular marker. Does that make sense? Okay, then they move on to marker number 2, and they say, well, it looks like there's 1 in 1,000 people that have this one. Well, then you multiply 1,000 times 1,000 and you have 1,000,000. But now you're only on marker 2. Then you go to marker 3 and you say, ooh, this one is another 1,000, 1 in 1,000. Well, now it's 1 in 1,000,000,000. Okay? Then you get on to marker 3 and maybe it's 500, and then you're at I don't want to make, but let's just say it's another 1,000 again. Then you're at 1,000,000,000,000. Then it's another 1,000 again. Then you're at quadrillion, and then you're at da 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 da. And so that means at one point maybe there was something that was 537 to 1, and at the end it turned out to be 5.37 octillion, because every one of these, when they match, you multiply how common they are in society. That's why it changes. Sometimes somebody might have one of these that 1 in every 25 people has. But then every once in a while it's 1 in 1,000, so that makes it much more less likely. So then you're multiplying it, so it'd be like 1,000 times 1,000 times 250 times 327 times 800 times 2 times 7. You get what I'm saying? So you keep multiplying and you get up with the odds here. Does that make sense to everybody? I mean, just tell me if it doesn't make sense and we'll say it again. Okay, so here's the thing, everybody. I did the math out there, and I divided 8 billion into 5.37 octillion. And you know what the answer is? That the answer is 671 quadrillion. And so what that means is if there were 671 quadrillion, which means you go a billion, trillion, and then quadrillion. So that's 1,000 trillions. Okay. All right. So it's 671 quadrillion, and then what you look at is planet Earths. So here's what you would do: if you could somehow find 671 quadrillion planet Earths that are they're the same human species, but they traveled away from each other and they're all out there, there might be one person on one of those 671 quadrillion planets that's a match. That's how likely it is that the DNA sample they found is Bryan Kohberger's. Can we get a boom? Now that's a freaking boom there, you guys. I mean, this is ridiculous. What kind of a comment is this one? Octillion isn't even a number, everybody. I'm not even going to look it up because it's just not even a number. It's like saying kabillion or kajillion or something. It's not even a... Yeah, I'll agree with you that kajillion isn't a number, all right? And kabillion isn't a number. Yeah, so the thing that I discussed with Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick, it was kind of an interesting debate, you know, like a discussion. And she wasn't quite sure either, because it is sort of interesting. Where do they come up with the, you know, the preciseness of each one of the odds for each location, right? So if you got like 13 of these different locus here, and one is, let's say the first one is, oh, Kohberger's sequence here, or I guess it's called a locus, is 1 in 1,000 people have this. So when I want to know, you know, it'd be kind of interesting to see where they come up with those numbers. Like at some point it must have been, you know, 537 to 1, or maybe there was multiple things that led up to 5.37, but they weren't specific, like 1 in 1,000. So you sort of wonder if, and this was sort of interesting. What she was saying is, when it's a parent, the male will have either, I don't remember if it was the left or right, but they'll have 15, 15, 23, 12, 28. The father, 12, 13, 12, 10, 8, 7, 9.3, and 9. The father will have all of those. The mother will have 17, 16, 27, 13, 30, 18, 13, 12, 11, 11, 8, 9.3, and 13. I guess these are like numbers that are something to do with, I mean, I really don't know it well enough to talk about like what 15 is and 17, but apparently those are the, so what's it saying right here? Oh yeah, suspect A, suspect B. This is a sample here. Yeah, so the 2730. Yeah, now she was explaining to me what these are over here. Like one is a male, one's female. The mother and father. Let's see. My brain is going to start twitching if we keep talking about math. Well, anyways. Basically, just think about what I just said. 671 quadrillion planet Earths. You might find another Bryan Kohberger. Okay? Thank you. And this is another comment this person said. This is all alleged speculation. All the words coming out of my mouth is someone else's fantasy. What does that even mean? What? I don't even get this shit. There's been a lot of confusion about cell phone data. Apparently, Bryan Kohberger's phone was off. What does that mean? Well, it means he didn't have... Listen to this explanation for this. Listen to this one. Here we go. Here we go. There's been a lot of confusion about cell phone data. Apparently, Bryan Kohberger's phone was off. What does that mean? Well, it means he doesn't have a reason to have his cell phone on. Maybe it was dead. It's that simple. Right, he just happened to have it off right during the time that you said he was sitting outside as a peeping Tom. So that's so contradictory. A minute ago you just said, hey, maybe he was a peeping Tom there. Well, wouldn't that be a reason he might not have his phone on? You ever thought of that one? Yeah, I didn't think so. And then he said there was no footprints in the house or anything. Well, there was. Don't you remember the latent footprint that they found? I mean, you remember that, right? Then he says, Kohberger looks confident walking into the courtroom. Therefore, he must be innocent, I guess, right? How about this one right here? How about this one? Why the grand jury secrecy? That's a red flag. Newsflash, everybody. Newsflash. Grand jury never shares their information. Hey, newsflash, everybody. Well, how is that a red flag that the grand jury has secrecy around it? Every case has that. I mean, put a 1 if you don't know that the grand jury is pretty much a secret thing. Panel jury, you don't know who they are, and the stuff that they look into we never know about or anything. They don't make that stuff public. Maybe down the line they do with freedom of information. I don't even know if they do that, but that's just so common. I'm mildly troubled by the mention about the fly being down. I don't know what that means. Yeah, about one more comment away from being removed. Hot ham radio. You're not really that interesting or funny or anything. Let's see. I was on something. You were on something for months. What? Let's see. The defense is too busy monitoring social media and complaining that someone pointed out Brian's fly was down, so there should be no cameras in the court. What? Who cares? God, you guys are talking about just. Oh, don't worry about it. Hot ham radio. Maybe you're just responding to somebody else, but you made some wild ones out there. I got to be honest. He's afraid of the family. Ding 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 ding. Got air conditioning on in here. It's too loud. Alright, next one is, if it was really so obvious that Brian was guilty of 5 octillion to 1 chance that it was his DNA, if it was his car on camera, it would all be so obvious, and he would not embarrass. Listen to how stupid this is. Again, everybody, just listen for a second. Listen. Listen to this craziness. If it was really so obvious that Brian was guilty of 5 octillion to 1 chance that it was his DNA, if it was his car on the camera, it would all be so obvious, and he would not embarrass himself or his family. So it should be so obvious. Yeah, it's okay, Hot Ham. I think I misread what you were writing. I thought you were talking about something else, about flies and shit. Let's see. I don't even know how to go over these things without laughing. It's just, listen to it again. If it was really so obvious that Brian was guilty of 5 octillion to 1 chance that it was his DNA, if it was his car on the camera, it would all be so obvious, and he would not embarrass himself or his family that he loves very much by making this a media circus a spectacle. He would just plead guilty like Chris Watts did and fade away into obscurity. Put a 1 if you think that it makes any logical sense at all. Does anybody look at Kohberger and think that he's somebody who gives 2 shits about that at all? And also, how many of these types of killers literally do that? They never do this. Killers never do this shit, right, you guys? That's ridiculous. Oh yeah, if it was so obvious, he would just turn himself in and say he did it. You mean like Bundy, right? Like everybody knew Bundy did it. It was really obvious that Bundy did it. Oh, you mean like Dennis Rader? Well, I guess he did do that. But he didn't make it so it didn't make a spectacle about it. He sat in court and read out how he killed every single one of his victims. Yeah. Know what? Anyways, loves very much making. God, I don't understand. And this goes through the whole video. These types of comments, and they're just adored and loved. There's just such great thinking. Yes, everybody. Can I get a boom? Yeah, he would He would have turned himself in because it's so obvious. Just like Chris watched it because he loves his family so much. Yeah, it sounds like they all just loved each other so much where his sister was like, holy shit, I think my brother did this. He was wearing gloves when he went out. Yeah, it sounds like this great. They just all think Bryan is awesome, and I'm sure he would have just turned himself in if it was really obvious. If it was really obvious. Yeah, I saw that. A couple other victims. We did a show on that the other night. Here's the next one. See Hot Ham Radio? You gotta admit, that's some pretty crazy shit, right? And I'm not taking things out of context either. This is really how it is. So here we go. The more I look into this case, the more I listen to this is a comment made. The more I look into this case, the more I want him to be guilty. But the more I think he's probably not guilty, there's just no evidence. There's just no evidence. Hey everybody, there's no evidence at all that Bryan Kohberger is the killer. Let's just call it a night and call it a day. I think it's done. Bryan Kohberger should just be let go. Give him a Bible too, don't forget that part. I'm sure he'll be well into the verses during his stay in there and be able to tell people about that. Yeah, he waived that right for a speedy trial when he realized the damning information that they got when they finally got some more discovery. Oh shit. They probably got discovery where it shows his license plate number on maybe even the... Well, it wouldn't have been on the... I'm not sure what camera... I guess it could be picked up on 1112 King Road address when it drove by... right before it did the 3-point turn, because it's going in the opposite direction where you could see the license plate, or on each of the 3 or 4 loops that the first 3 loops, and then the 4th one he was going quicker, so you could probably see it better on the first 3. There's no evidence, this person said. There's just no evidence. And then there's people out there that say, how do we know it's his car? Put in the reasons you guys think we can prove that it's his car. Yeah. My opinion, acquittal. Oh, you're ridiculous, Max. See, that's when you know that's a troll. My opinion, acquittal within 3 hours. You sound like a lunatic, okay? And I don't know where these people come from that show up. I'm 100% certain. Is it by some miraculous... I don't even think there's even a chance that he's not. I can't even come up with a scenario. Right. That's the one, Lisa Valenzuela. So they were following and tracking the same white Elantra, suspect vehicle 1, all around. It drove all the way down, and it drove into Moscow, Idaho, and it was in Pullman, Washington at 5:30 in the morning, and then later, like around noon, it was all the way down in Clarkston, Washington. And that's when they see the same suspect vehicle, number 1, driving, and it's using the same resources as a coffee shop down there. And then right next door, there was another building there. I mean, I could go down there and hold on. I'll tell you what it was. Yeah, so it's cup of Joe right here. His phone pinged right here, and then there's actually a building there now. And let me put on places. So this is U.S. Food Chef Store. There's a camera on this store that filmed the white Elantra. The white Elantra, by the way, had Bryan Kohberger's phone in it. Okay? So there's a White Elantra right here that had Bryan Kohberger's phone inside of it because his phone was utilizing resources of Cup of Joe right here. Kate's Cup of Joe. Then right over here is U.S. Chef Store that had a camera filming the same vehicle that was pinging using the same resources there. Then that same White Elantra drove over here to Albertsons, and guess what, man? Now we've linked up the White Elantra, the cell phone, and Bryan Kohberger himself, because he gets out of the car, seen on camera, goes into the store and buys some things. So that's how you link up the vehicle, the same vehicle that they started following in Moscow, Idaho at 326 by finding this camera on this house right here in the 700 block. And there's a camera right there. I guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee it, but I'm almost certain that's the one on 700. It's right on the road. And then it was 326, drove around like this, got onto Steiner Avenue, drove down like this, and then up, and then exactly the amount of time as it passed here at 328, at 330 it enters the area here, 329 actually, and then it drives down here at 331, it passes around the corner here. See, that's what's amazing when people don't think that that's the same White Elantra. How come you don't see the timing here where it goes by here at 329 and then 330 comes around, and at 331 it makes that pass behind here? You think it was magically just another car at that time? Oh, there's just so many White Elantras out there. It's a White Elantra convention. See, that's why I think this guy gets I make these sort of sarcastic comments and then boom, you know. And then now there's a video with the same, Yeah, except you're Max Smith, so you're being troll-like because your comments are so ludicrous that you're trying to get people to respond to you. So what we'll do is we'll time you out for a while, and then when you come back in, if you can just join in and be sort of a normal person, that'd be great. I don't want any of your comments to be in here. Yeah, trolls are always the people that they make these comments, and then when you reply, you're like, what are you saying? Wow, this is crazy. They go, what do you mean? I'm just being No, you're not. You're being disrespectful to logic and reason. Okay? Oh, you can play with him in 5 minutes, Cindy. He'll be back. Thanks, Kami. Yes, let's get the troll spray going here. All right? Maybe I'll have to throw myself in prison. I'm sure I've been mean today at some point. So if we can get the hell out of here. Hey, look at it. It's John Dunn with 10 memberships. Holy crap. Thank you. And look at who's got it. Silver, Pugs, Denise, Datillo, TT, Hot Ham Radio got one. There we go. Maria, Grunger 999, Laura Thompson, It's Mimi too, and Christy Girl. Yeah. So I'm in prison now because I know that I've been just so mean to people. See that? Christy Lynn even said it. So it's up to you to get me the hell out of here. Like I said, got to get the month started on the right foot.
Troll spray.
Yeah, that was really cool. Thank you. We'll make John Dunn's thing enough to break me in out of the gate. But definitely gonna need the cab ride. That's for damn sure. The member fairy is back. Yeah, where you been, man? I was like, shit. Haven't seen you for like, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. I guess you guys are leaving me in here for a long time. I gotta... There we go. Can't get out, Cindy. Can't get out. That's just, I'm stuck in here. Oh, JD White. Let's see. So, Cindy got me a Snickers bar that I could hand to the officer while he was eating the Snickers bar. Let's see. I pulled the file out of the cake that JD, the cupcake JD bought me. Now, how do we get out the door? I guess that's the next part of it. I'm 100% convinced that BK is guilty and acted alone. I have to question people's IQ. Yeah, no, it's crazy. I brought you something back from Lewiston, Clarkston Valley. Oh, did you? Uh-oh, what is it? A bag with a gun in it? Or, no, not a gun. Well, thanks, KK, and Tania Animus, and American Lady, John Dunn, J.D. White. That's what I was thinking, the murder weapon. Yeah. But it wasn't a gun, so I just sort of spoke randomly. I meant to say knife. But... What is it? Where'd you find it, John Dunn? All right, I'll get out of here because John Dunn was... Here's some Bale Bucks Gray. Oh, thanks. Calamity Khalid. Yeah, John Dunn's was enough to buy a hotel and a cab ride.
New and improved troll spray. It's called Smith. Lol.
Oh, for weeding out the trolls? New and improved troll spray. It's called M. Smith LOL. Yeah. Nothing. I can't, Cindy. Don't worry about it, Cindy. Just do your own, you know, like just... You're always so focused in on stuff that I'm doing. Just deal with what you got in the chat at the time. You know what I mean? now Cindy's gonna... You're so mean! Alright, here we go. We're going on to the next... Some more here. Oh yeah, so you know those... where was this? Over here on Banfield. Here when the police were called. They say that that was just a distraction. Like they were a distraction. But that was like at 2:55, right? Or 3 in the morning-ish. What does that have to do with Bryan Kohberger? He got into town at 3:26 over here. How is that just a distraction there? Then there's somebody on the Banfield video. What about those 3 guys walking? Yeah, what about them? You know, what about them over there? See, there was a vehicle parked here, and then these 3 kids walk, or like maybe it was 4 kids walked like this. Okay, yeah, they live over here, right? I mean, I just, what did they have to do with anything? It was before 3:26. Yeah, they're not undercover cops. They had uniforms on. What, the 4 people walking are undercover? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Okay, now, how about this part here where they say, they must have known the house layout. How about that part? Oh, I did want to, there was one part I missed. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Is there another one? Okay, I guess I didn't put it in there. But he also said on the video that Bryan Kohberger doesn't have bushy eyebrows. He doesn't have bushy eyebrows. And you know what he did? He showed this picture on the left here, right? So he showed that, and to me, he already does have bushy eyebrows in that one. But when you look at the one where he was arrested, I think he does have bushy eyebrows, but it's also his brow ridges are protrude, and it makes him look more bushy. But he said he doesn't have bushy eyebrows. And he used this picture instead of anything recent. God, people are just a sucker born every minute, man. All right, here's a good one here. This is actually from a freak that goes over and watched this crap and joined in. This is on the UK video maker, who's just a ludicrous video maker, who is just a guy nonsensically rambling, kind of trying to thread the needle and never quite ever go somewhere because he doesn't want to lose all this conspiracy fans plus the ones that are, it's just whoa, it's like that. So here we go. He said Gray makes, and then this is one of the freaks over there. Gray makes an incredible video in your animation and tells a story like you're watching a movie, no doubt about it. However, with that said, the 7 minutes it takes me, like, this is such a ludicrous example. It's almost like somebody just wanted to say what they do and how people go, ooh, yay! However, with that said, the 7 minutes, it takes me 7 minutes at least to start an IV. Well, that means you suck, okay? At work, if it doesn't blow or go bad and the blood doesn't squirt everywhere, and I have to put the dressing on and clean up and literally sound silly, but I just don't know. The thing is, to victims in each room, in my opinion, were probably not what he expected, and how could you be killing one viciously and not let the other one even get to the door or dial 911 and drop the phone? I wouldn't think, because he probably attacked Madison while she was sleeping and just killed her straight away, and then Kaylee was in there, and maybe Madison was barely alive at that point, and then Kaylee was killed. Then he goes downstairs, and maybe that's when he just kind of confronts. Maybe he had no intention of going around, but there's this person looking at him, so then he goes and follows them and kills them, Xana and Ethan, right? Yeah, that's horrible to start an IV in 7 minutes. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's when you get your blood drawn, if it takes 7 minutes, I'm getting the hell out of there. Yeah. The thing is, to victims in each room, in my opinion, were probably not what he expected, and how could you be killing one viciously and not the other one even get to the door or dial 911 and drop the phone? I would think that if there was only one killer, one of the victims from each room would have had time to open the window and... Oh my God, really? And something down the hallway, or... Yeah, I don't even know if there's any more to read. It's just... Man, that's what you call an active imagination there. So, and a lot of times people, what they say is, how could... He must have been a military expert. Are these people, like, for real? How come he has to be a military expert to kill people in 7 minutes? Anybody? Yeah, hey, Tony, that is correct. Body camera and the Linda Lane footage match up absolutely perfectly. There's this honking sequence of a car that can be heard on the body camera and the Linda Lane footage at the exact same time on both of them. So that's what really kind of completely solidified and authenticated that video. How do you know somebody? Okay, you know what? You can go believe what you want. I did all the verification I need to do. All right. I don't need more. I don't need to try to figure something else out. Yeah, I don't know either. Nass in the woods. I have no idea what that even means. She just wanted to let people know what she did. And that's it. There was no logic or reason or anything like that. Now, this clown from the UK who does the channel, what he was saying was that time is different when you're out, like whatever the hell how you say it. It's different when you're like in the middle of doing something, you know. Time goes by quicker when you're having fun, he said. Really? That's what you thought of, that there was some fun there? I'm sure Kohberger got some satisfaction out of it, some thrill of some sort. What do you mean Lane is another conspiracy theory? Lana? I don't know what that means. Yeah, I know exactly, Grunger. 7 minutes is 7 minutes. That's what I try to say. It doesn't matter how you try to nuance it and try to make it seem different. The fact is when you were staring at the clock in my video and you just visualize, for example, let me ask you this. So they also think the person would have had to have military training, right? So did Ted Bundy have military training? Did Ed Kemper have military training? Did Dennis Rader have military training? I mean, I can't really think of any of these people that are like these big military people. Well, anybody that could wield a knife like that, sure, Gray. Yeah, well, people just hold on to a knife and psychos, right? Like, there's people that stab people all the time. And by the way, a knife like that that's sharp and you're stabbing somebody, it doesn't take a ton of different stabs. Now, he may have sat there and done other things that we're not aware of at this point, and that's why it took him so long. But he could have killed those people. I think he could have done it in 4 minutes. Literally. Like, the whole thing in 4 minutes. Now, I added in all the extra time because it's like, okay, he gets into the house, so he parks the car at 4:08, right? But I think he got into the house at 4:10, so he was doing something prior, and I think that was sort of prep for minimizing blood later. So then he goes into the house, and then he gets upstairs, and I have to add 2 minutes where it just sits there in that room, just to, you know, add 2 minutes to get more time on there. And then after he kills Madison and Kaylee, he goes downstairs, and then I give 2 minutes for Ethan and 2 minutes for Xana. I mean, it's incredible. That's 4 minutes right there. So I don't know. I think it's possible he was doing some other strange things in there. Like, we don't have any idea. I mean, what was taking up all that time? Well, he was fighting with somebody, Gray. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of fighting back, but that ended really quick. It wasn't like these long battles, you know. He had this huge knife, and he used it. So do you think I was pretty effective in just completely shredding all of those thoughts of the videos that I was reading earlier? I mean, what a joke. Uh-huh. Boom. Uh-huh. Yeah, it is fun. I think we're going to have to do more of these shows. I'm going to have to come up with... I mean, there's so many more. It's crazy. So if you want to, why don't you send me the ones that you guys have seen? Maybe even say where you got it from. Because, man, all of these things need to be, you know, canceled right away. And I don't mean like, you know, cancel. I mean like just debunked. Yeah, it is like therapy. That's kind of what my title says, right? I mean, it says something like, this is a safe place, man. What do you guys think about... I thought it'd be interesting to go over... Remember the original the press releases that they gave? I mean, they're all sitting right here. I thought it'd be kind of interesting just to sort of see how they changed or anything. You know, they don't have them in chronological order, which is really kind of messed up. And they even have one from 11/13 sitting right here. you want to go over these? I think we should do it. Let's see. On November 13th, 2022, 11:58, Moscow Police Department. This is the very first one. Responded to call on King Road for an unconscious individual. Upon arrival, officers discovered 4 individuals were deceased. These individuals have been identified as Ethan Chapin from Conway, Washington, Madison Mogan of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Xana Coronado, 20, of Avondale, Arizona, and Kaylee Gonzalez, 21, of Rathdrum, Idaho. All 4 victims were students at the University of Idaho. Please respect the privacy of the victims' family, friends, and loved ones as the Moscow Police Department investigates this tragic event. At that point, it almost sounds like they could have died from like gas poisoning or something. The Moscow police does not believe there is an ongoing community risk based on information gathered during the preliminary. Really? See, that's what's weird. I mean, that's a weird comment, right? How do you know at that point? And they were definitely wrong, right? They're wrong right there. Because he was still out and about. But I wonder what they thought was going on originally. I think what they thought, remember how they thought it was personal at the time? And I think that everything led them to believe it was something personal. And because of that, they went, yeah, there's no community risk. So I sort of get that. It turns out it might have been personal, but it absolutely wasn't somebody close to anyone. All right, so we got that. Oh, wait, hold on a second. You know, it's weird the back button doesn't work anymore. Hold on. Yeah. People always say, he's innocent until proven guilty, Gray. Yeah, I know that. But I think he's guilty as hell. I am absolutely 100% certain myself that Bryan Kohberger, by himself, went in there and killed all 4 of those students. Okay? Now, you can think whatever you want. That's great and everything. Okay, I also, I'm not like some sort of an official somewhere that needs to worry about what I'm saying. I literally think that he is the killer. There is no doubt. And now, if you have doubt, you can go ahead and have doubt. But what it really means is that you've been listening to a bunch of absolute bullcrap on the internet by a bunch of people peddling in whatever is more sensationalistic sells, and you bought right into it. Okay? Because every time I see these responses, it just makes me sick. Okay? Hey, Alan, what's going on? Right. And what you should do is look in the mirror when you get home and say, wow, have I just been believing the crap that what's the difference between you and that? Well, you know what I'm doing? I'm sticking with the facts in the case. The ones that are actually been put out there by law enforcement. You know, some of it's you can speculate on based on that, but I try to keep it in a narrow range like that. These crazy conspiracy people take over every single case whenever there's a big case, they take over. And they're the ones that sell. And isn't that sad? Now, let me go, where's the next one? See, it sucks that I have to go back again. Yeah, the back button disappears after a while. It's weird. Right there, like you go to King Road, homicide. Oh, there it is. And then on the 14th, there was 2 of them. Okay, I guess they just pops up in the new page. There you go. I'm deeply saddened by the events that occurred on November 13th, which claimed the lives of our community members. It's impossible to understand the senselessness of events like this, and we are all seeking answers that are not yet available. Our hearts and thoughts are with not only the victims and their families, but also their broader circle of friends and the entire University of Idaho community. I'm thankful for all our first responders and their skilled and dedicated service to our community. The Moscow Police Department is actively working with support from multiple other agencies. This tragedy serves as a sobering reminder that senseless acts of violence can occur anywhere, at any time, and we're not immune from such events here in our own community. Today we grieve for those who were lost and those we leave behind, or they leave behind. Let us come together in support of each other. And then what's this one? For any information related to the homicide, please contact the... Yeah, so that's probably not useful now, but... 14th, is there one that's in here from the 15th? They're all just kind of randomly put in here, which is kind of bizarre.
We still do not know
There's
all the evidence. Maybe at trial we will discover why they said that. Maybe there is a reason?
Yeah, maybe, but I think that'll be a defense thing. I think the reason was because it looked like it was personal in nature, and that thus it would be somebody in the close inner circle of the 4, and it turns out it wasn't one of those. So they were actually incorrect at that time. Their assumption was that it was, remember, they even said it was personal in nature. All right, looking for 11:15. There's one right there. So 13, 14, 11:15, out of order. The City of Moscow Police Department would like to address community concerns about public safety. We hear you. We understand your fears. We want you to know that we, like you, have been devastated, and it would be funny if you read it like, we want you to know that we like you. Oh man. We want you to know that we, like you, have been devastated and distressed by these young lives that were cut short needlessly. We determined early in the investigation that we do not believe there is an ongoing threat for community members. Evidence indicates that this was a targeted attack. See, it was targeted. So I guess that could be it. Not the word, what I said. So it's always been targeted. Therefore, everybody else is safe other than the ones that were targeted. So that's probably actually it, not the, somebody like close to the victims. It was technically, so that's probably what it was. At this time, we have shared every piece of information that we can without compromising the ongoing investigation. First and foremost, we continue to steadfastly be committed. We're working closely with the Idaho State Police. The incident highlighted that violence is possible in our community and in every community until this case is completely resolved. We ask the community to continue to be vigilant. And the 16th. I saw one a minute ago. Let's see. Moscow, Idaho. The City of Moscow Police Department will be holding a press conference. Oh, is this it? Oh, wow. You guys want to hear the first one again? I mean, it's kind of long, but...
Bouts, please call our tip line at 208.
I know, it'd be kind of interesting to hear these again, wouldn't it? Just to hear what they were saying. I wonder if I could... Maybe I could do where we play it faster, though. Where is that down? I think it's down here, right? Playback speed. Here we go. 1.5. Let's do it.
Be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. This horrible crime has affected all of us, the families, the University of Idaho, our community, our country, and our officers. Agencies that are involved in this task force include Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations. As we continue our investigation, we have learned that Ethan and Xana were at a party on campus, and Madison and Kaylee were at a downtown bar. They arrived home sometime after 1:45. If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victims' whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Or across our nation has any information about these times or the victims' whereabouts. The facts of the case that we know right now. We know that these homicides occurred in the early morning hours of Sunday, November 13th. Around noon, Moscow officers received a call of an unconscious person. Officers discovered the bodies of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves inside the residence on King Road. The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Investigators are continuing to collect evidence at the scene. Investigators are working.
So, for you UK guys, there was no break-in of the house. Okay, there was no, like crowbar breaking into the house or anything like that. So that means, let me show you something. I opened this up earlier just for the hell of it. Look it, watch. So this is my 3D model of the house, right? The place up on the hill would be like right over here, like this, you know? So I think this would be one of the easiest houses ever to figure out the layout just by watching people moving around in it. For example, let's say your target is Madison Mogan, and you see her in the kitchen here for a second, right? And you're up watching. I think this is the angle that you'd be at, right? Look at that. You can actually see Dylan Mortensen standing right there. So it's about like this. So let's say you see Madison walking by right here, and she walks by, and then a moment later you see her going up these stairs, because you can look right through you can see the stairs from outside in that parking area. And then you see her walking up the stairs, and then eventually you see her go over here. Well, wouldn't you just know that when you enter the house, you take a right, and look for some stairs that go up, and then you go up the stairs, and when you get to the top, you would take a right. You don't need to be like, this guy that went into the house all the time. But here's the thing, I wouldn't be shocked at all if on some of those other occasions that he went there, those other 11 or 12 times that he went there, that he went and like 4 a.m, he went and like checked to see if the door was unlocked, maybe walked around, or maybe it was, he wasn't going to do the murders yet, but because he wanted to make sure he knew what he was doing. But I think just from outside you can figure out what the layout is. Don't you guys agree with that? I mean, you can just see from out here that the person is They walk into the kitchen, they walk by, then they go up the stairs, and then boom, they're into there. And then if it was Kaylee, you'd see her go into her room. It's just, to me, stuff like that's really obvious. I don't really understand why it's a crazy, like it gets so wild, like a wild imagination.
Working to develop a timeline to relevant events. Autopsies are taking place today on all the victims so we can continue to gather evidence and solve the crime. Investigators are working to follow up on all leads and to identify a person of interest. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims. We do not.
Yeah, I mean, Zillow had the kind of a walkthrough. It wasn't really that great. And then there was there was maps put in the papers. Those didn't exist out there. I don't know. I mean, the Zillow thing just kind of let you see it pretty well. You'd have to spend time figuring out, but yeah, I mean, you could use that too. But he also just sat there and could see where they were moving around.
I have a suspect at this time.
Be interesting to see, though, wouldn't it, if his IP address pinged at Zillow for that particular property?
Individual is still out there. We cannot say that there's no threat to the community. And as we have stated, please stay vigilant, report any suspicious activity, and be aware of your surroundings at all times. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation. Once again, we're asking anyone with to call the tip line at 208-883-7180. At this time, I would like to introduce the University of Idaho President, Scott Green.
Thank you, Chief Fry. I'm Scott Green, President of the University of Idaho, and with me is Tori Lawrence, he's our Provost, and Blaine Eccles, our Dean of Students, will be available for questions after all of the statements are made. The crime, to us, this crime and the loss of these young lives is just simply beyond comprehension. While our small community is certainly not immune to such things, it's not a situation our close-knit campus is used to dealing with.
How about we skip it to the question part?
For employees to take care of themselves.
Yeah, we don't really care about that.
And it's a balancing act. The balancing act of getting the community the information that they need.
Yeah.
And there is an individual.
There we go.
That this is done correctly.
So at this time, I'm going to open it up to some questions.
I like the questions.
I'm sure you have, and we'll do the best we can to answer those for you.
Hello, Chief Ray. Hello. Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with Crime 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? Can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of the things that we see, and they're very dynamic, right? And they're very big, and there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information, and some of it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information, we try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with our prosecutors, along with the university, and we try to make that best decision on that. So we, at that time, believe that there was no a threat, and our goal is to provide safety for this community. That's why we're bringing in the resources we're bringing. We want it close to this, and we want to do everything we can to let the people in our community know that we care. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be safe, and we're going to do everything we can to do that.
And if I could add one more question. You asked for videos or anything from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify Maddie and Kaylee in those videos at a food truck ordering food. Is the police department, our investigators, aware of that video, and has it helped put together that timeline?
We are aware of that video, and it has helped. It gives us a time and space where we know that two of our victims were, and that helps us a ton, and we'll continue to follow up all leads that we can and continue to gather those.
Any indication of a party at the home that night?
This will be the last one, okay, I understand. Not that we know of, not at the home. We know that the other, let me get the names exactly right here. We know that Zaina and Ethan were at a different party on campus. But that timeline will still help us if other people know about that.
Thank you.
Chief Wright, John Webb with GHQ. On September 12th, there was a vandal alert that was sent out about a potential stabbing threat on Paradise Path. Does this have any connection with what we've seen so far?
Not that we know of it, but we're following up every lead. Every piece of information we get, we are following up to ensure that nothing has gone unturned. We want to have the individual identified who is the suspect of this eventually. So we are literally looking into every aspect of everything.
And you guys have said repeatedly that there's no threat to the public, but we don't know who the suspect is. We don't know where he's at. How is there no threat to the public at this point?
Well, that's kind of an unknown. Like I said, we took the information that we had at the time, but we do need to be aware. The individual is still out there, right? We need to be vigilant. We need to watch out for our neighbors. We're a community policing community. We've said that for years, and it's a community that watches out for each other. We need to continue to do that until we can close this off and make an arrest.
Why has there been such limited information over the past couple days? I mean, we're almost 4 days into this. Why has it been so limited?
That's a difficult. We have a lot of information coming in, and we have tried to push out some information through press releases. But the reality is, I probably should have been standing here a day or so ago. But I'm here now. We're going to continue to be here. We're going to continue to give you the information we can. We care about this community. I care about this community. I've worked here for 27 years. I want this community to be the safest community around. So
the mayor's called it a crime of passion. Is there any indication that that's true?
We're looking into every aspect of this. I'm not going to stipulate whether it's one thing or another. We're going to continue to investigate until we have the facts, because really it's the facts that will drive what the cause of this is.
Did you hear that?
And as we gather evidence, we'll get that.
The facts.
One last question, if I could, Chief. Have we looked at any boyfriends or any ex-boyfriends, any spouses as a potential suspect?
I will tell you, we're looking at everyone.
Yeah, see, that's at the very beginning. They, they put out those phone calls that Kaylee and Madison made to Kaylee's boyfriend. They didn't clear him. Yeah, they were sort of like, and then finally, after like a week or two, they finally cleared the boyfriend. So they, I was thinking that was a possibility, but I had a theory at the time. So totally wrong on the theory, but that's all it was a theory, based on what they were telling us, that it was a crime of passion. And it was targeted. So then you wonder, people close to them, that kind of thing. But it wasn't even close. But you just got to go with what the information they're giving you at
every
the
tip
time.
we get, every lead we get, there's no one that we're not going to talk to. There's no one we're not going to interview. There's no one that we're not going to look into. And we're going to do our due diligence. We're going to make sure that nothing goes unturned. We do everything we can with the assistance of all the resources we have to get a final answer.
Thanks, Chief.
Why do people assume that the drug-related has something to do with the victims as people? Yeah, I mean, who cares if we don't really care if he has drugs in himself. That's not what they're talking about. Whenever people bring up the drugs, they're saying that it was a drug deal that went wrong. That it was some kind of like, Kohberger went there to buy drugs. Of course he did 4 laps, He was too early, and then he just kept, I need my drugs, and he just kept driving around. And then he finally made it around on the 4th lap. Okay? And so that's what they're saying when they talk about drugs. Sure, Kohberger might have been on drugs. Who the hell knows? But that's not what they're talking about. They think it was, some people even say it's like a cartel hit on the 4 roommates because there was some kind of, I mean, isn't it just more obvious to just rational-minded people that Bryan Kohberger is the killer and that he was stalking them? Look at his prior behavior. He's listed in a bar on a list. He had dates with other people that were freaked out. And, it's just, there's all those different things. And on that very night, he leaves his house at 2:40, turns his phone off at 2:42, turns his phone off at 2:47 in a different part of town. Then at 3:24, his car is in Moscow, Idaho. Passes it just, I don't know what to tell you guys. Really simple. We went over all these same things last night. Yeah, that's what they say. So, yeah, nobody's saying that there couldn't have been, like, one of them on drugs, When we say drugs weren't involved, it means that there wasn't, that's not what the case, what it was about, why there was a death. Okay? It has nothing to do with that.
So there were, sorry, I'm Matt Burley with this book's review. Hi. So there were other roommates who lived at that
Holy
residence.
crap.
Were the roommates home at the time of the attack?
She can talk quick.
There was other people home at that time, but we're not just focusing just on them. We're focusing on everybody that may be coming and going from that residence.
So since they were home, was it a hostage situation?
No, it was not.
And then they didn't call it into police, so were they injured?
They were not injured, but like I said, we're still following up with every.
Hey, what was that? Can you ask that again?
I'm fired out of midnight 10 down 15 on the mind, but I done bear on 15.
Whoa.
But I done bear on 15, 20.
Whoa.
Done bear on 15.
That's quick.
20. Down 5, but I done bear on 30 and 30 and 30. 25, but I done bear on 30. You want to put 30, sir? 25, but you're out. But I done bear on 25, but I done bear on 30. 30 now 5.
Everybody that could have been in that area.
And how can you say it's a targeted attack if you don't have a suspect?
Like I said, we take the totality of the situation. We try to make the best bit of information we can with everything that comes in, and then we make our decision off of that. So at this time, I'm not going to expand upon that. But like I've said, we do have it out somewhere, and we are looking for that individual to solve this.
Hi, Rachel Sun, Northwest Public Broadcasting. I just wanted to clarify something you said earlier. Over the past couple of days, the information that we've been getting is there's not a threat to the public. Then earlier I heard you say you can't be sure that there is no threat. I just want to clarify what your stance is on that at this time.
Thank you, Cameron. Chief Fry said law enforcement found the sliding glass door open. I think that backs up the idea that Xana found it open when she went to the kitchen even more. Yeah, I was saying that the other night, right? I said maybe she went back to the kitchen and she saw the door open and said, hey, somebody's here, because she had shut it prior. Remember that? Yeah, I was thinking maybe that's when she said, hey, somebody's here. Mainly because, and maybe that alerted Kohberger to, so let me throw this out there. Let me throw this out here. What if it's more like this? Kohberger comes into the house. He's not going to shut the door. He just goes upstairs, and he killed Madison and Kaylee, and he spent a lot of time up there. He spent like 4 minutes in that room, for example, let's say, doing whatever he's doing. We don't know what he's doing. And then, hold on. Right. So he goes up there, and let's say he kills them, and it takes him a lot of time because that's where he was focused on being. And then at, like, let's say it was 4:14 or something, he hears somebody else say, hey, somebody's here. And he's like, holy shit, he's up there. And he comes down, and, maybe he confronts her and she runs or something, and he confronts both of them over by the room over there, and he kills them both pretty quickly. Is there anybody in here that's actually been in the military that's fought? Don't you think it's ludicrous that people say, oh, man, they have to have been military? You want to hear something crazy? If that was like a Navy SEAL with a knife, all of those people in the house would be dead in like a minute 50. It would have been literally no time whatsoever. 7 minutes is an eternity. Okay? Even though when you say 7 minutes, it doesn't sound like a long time. But if you had like a Navy SEAL in there, somebody that was really trained with knives or something, with military training, they would have gone in there, and literally the walk time that I have would almost be correct. You probably put 30 seconds in each room at the most, and you're out of there. Right, and even without a knife, right? So what do you think about that one? Because we were talking about that, what Cameron was saying. The other night I thought, yeah, maybe the door was open, and she said, hey, somebody's here. And now that I think about it, what if that alerted Kohberger that there was somebody else awake, and then he went down, and then he killed both of them? Like maybe she went into the kitchen, I don't know, sat down the bag or whatever, and then let's say Ethan is still in the room, and then she's running down the hall, and then Ethan comes out to sort of like, hey, what's going on? And then she gets behind him, goes into the room, and then Kohberger attacks him first, then makes his way into the room, and then attacks her. And then maybe this brings back in the original theory where the knife sheath isn't left there on intentionally. So then we could say, because he had to go downstairs really quick because he heard somebody say, "Hey, there's somebody here." He would have to dispatch that person quickly to not be caught, right? Because who knows if they're going to call the police or whatever. So he just quickly jolts down there and doesn't realize that he had left his knife sheath, and he runs downstairs, and then there's this other fight going on, and then he attacks Ethan and Xana, and he thinks he's killed both of them. And then he goes back upstairs to look for the knife sheath, but it's underneath the quilt. So he doesn't really find it really quick, but he's like, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here, man, because there was noise. People are yelling. Then he goes down the stairs, and he hears the whimpering sound of Xana still alive, but he can't let somebody still be alive. So then he goes into the room and says, "Hey, don't worry, I'm here to help you," as if he's another person to try to get it so she doesn't scream, and then he attacks her next, and then he leaves. What about that one? That's not ludicrous at all. It takes all the facts into the case, except it makes it so that the knife sheath isn't left intentionally, where it's hard for me not to think that, given the DNA was wiped off of it. Although that person made a good point the other day, saying it could have been blood all over the sheath, and it was a mixture, but the only single source bit of DNA was underneath the button, and that was Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, well, I think that Dylan Mortensen heard a lot more and knows a lot more than anything that we're hearing. I'd almost bet money on that. Yeah. I think Bethany Funk doesn't quite know as much as you might think, because Bethany Funk is below the where do I have it on this video here? Let me go to the camera, the head camera. I made like 5 parts here. Oh yeah, so this is that last part. So Bethany Funk is right down here below the floor right there, right? That's where she is. And then right here, Dylan Mortensen is looking out the door right there. And see those stairs right there? There's a window. So as soon as you're going up the stairs, if you're out in that parking area, you could see. So look how simple that layout is. I mean, you come in the house, oh yeah, there's stairs, I'm going up those. And then right there, he would run through the woods up there and get into his car. Yeah, so I think, you know, Xana was seen first in the room, and she was more likely. I see. We don't know where the bed was and everything. Some people say this bed was against this window. I think it was against this wall over here. It doesn't make sense to put it next to this window. It blocks the closet and the. And it's just kind of an awkward entry into the room. Not saying it's not possible though. That's complete crap, Patty. Jesus. Where do you come up with stuff like that? I mean, where do you come up with stuff like that? BK was afraid Dylan might have a big boyfriend in a room. That is why he got out. Ethan probably was a struggle. I mean, is that just... try to avoid this, everybody. Just coming up with something completely imagination with nothing backing it up. Nothing, right? So the story that I just told you about a theory is based on elements that are in the probable cause document. Gray is so mean. I tried to say something and he was rude. I think it's almost more rude to just throw some wild crap at the wind and see if it works, you know? All right, here we go.
So we still believe it's a targeted attack, but the reality is there's still out there who committed 4 horrible crimes. So I think we got to go back to there is a threat out there still, possibly. We don't know. We don't believe it's going to be to anybody else, but we all have to be aware of our surroundings.
All right, so hold on. But see, when somebody says, like, Cameron said Xana's bed was against the... how do you know that? Because I've seen pictures that people say are her room, but it's not. I can tell. So you're saying her bed was against this wall? There wasn't even room for that. Was it a single tiny little bed, or? Because that's the bathroom over here. That's the bathroom. How could it be against that wall? I know you say you've seen a photo, Cameron, but send it to me, okay? Because people say that there's a photo and they go, oh, here it is, but it's not really the room. I've seen it a million times. Right, so you're going to have to go ahead and send it to me for me to believe it, all right? So send it to my email at grayhuze2@gmail.com, and I'll let you know if it's her room or not. I've seen people see they've emailed, here's Xana's room, great. It absolutely isn't. I can tell by the windows and all the shape of it and everything. But come on, don't you think this stuff's pretty good right here, you guys? Let me see. Ew, shit. That's what the house looks like, just like that. Thanks, Iris Rainbow. ID special showed the sliding door was blocked. No, that was garbage with the chairs. Yeah, that wasn't. That was what law enforcement put in after the fact. That wasn't blocked. It isn't though, Jane Blue. See, my theory isn't wild and into the wind. See. Do you guys consider that? Because I mean, I want you to tell me the truth. Does it sound absolutely crazy to say that the killer came into the house, and while after Xana got her DoorDash delivery, we know she got that, and her bag, the bag of DoorDash was found in the kitchen, that when she had known that the door was shut prior, and maybe she went back into the kitchen and saw that the door was open, because law enforcement says the door was open, and then she goes and says out loud, hey, I think somebody's here. Because she knew that everybody else was sleeping. And then goes upstairs, and then her saying that, Kohberger comes down and that attack happens. And then Kohberger leaves his knife sheath, another fact in the case. So here's the thing. DoorDash bag in the kitchen, fact. DoorDash delivery around 4, a fact. Xana being awake and on TikTok at 4, I think 12 or 13, 4:12, I think. That's a fact. Right? Then Kohberger comes down after he hears maybe her saying, somebody's here. That's a fact too. Somebody says, somebody's here. And the probable cause thinks that is Xana because she was awake. And then after Kohberger hears that, he comes down because now he's in trouble. Oh shit, somebody knows I'm here. And then he attacks both of them and kills them. And then because of his haste to get out of Madison's room, he left the K-bar knife that factually was found underneath the quilt, right? Okay. He goes back up and looks for it. And then he comes down and he hears that Xana is still alive. And that's why when he says, I'm here to help you, because he came back the second time. Why would he say, I'm here to help you the first time when there's nobody that needs help yet? Because he hasn't attacked them. If he's already attacked somebody when he says, I'm here to help you, right? A cop didn't say it, Jane. A cop didn't say it. All right, so there you go. Every single thing that I just told you was based on an element of fact in the case. That's how I do things, and that's why we are more accurate more often than literally everybody else out there. We're the only ones that don't do the crazy conspiracy theories and everything like that. But let's just say this. In reality, it doesn't matter. Oh, there's Danny. Yeah, the one that said that the drawing blood is equivalent to the... Give me a break. Jesus. Yeah, I think it does make sense, doesn't it? And the only thing it is it negates my theory that the sheath was left there intentionally. But I can go with that. It doesn't, you know. I can't really explain him saying, I'm here to help you, if she wasn't already wounded from a previous time. Because here's how, this isn't something that would happen, everybody. That you're sitting there stabbing somebody over and over again, and then immediately you look at them again and say, hey, it's okay, I'm here to help you. Can we all agree on that? That would be the second time since she's been wounded. That means it's the second time he's seeing her, or at least the second time. Right? You get it? Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
Not really what, Reynard? See, here's the thing. There's people that can't think logically. It gets in their way. It's crazy. Why would somebody say to somebody, no, but why? No, but Ethan wouldn't say that, Hot Ham Radio. Don't you get it? Ethan's not going to say to his girlfriend, I'm here to help you. Okay? Where the hell do you guys come up with this stuff? It's crazy. It's lunacy shit. He's going to be like, oh my God, Xana, hold on. He's not going to be, I'm here to help you. Like some weird, what is it? EMT guy. It's weird. Right, but he might say it to pretend like the person set up above, like they're a cop. And, yeah, right, okay, that's what Jane Blue was referring. I thought she was talking about something else. Yeah, he was trying to make it seem like he was a rescue person and to try to get them to be quiet. And then he goes up and he kills them, right? Because there was no more crying and whimpering. And that's the third time that Dylan opened her door up, and then she sees Kohberger walking by with his bushy eyebrows. Couldn't be more clear of a case, everybody. Sorry for those of you out there with your confusion. Hey, Reynard, you know what makes no sense? You. Okay, go find some other place, all right? Let's see. Yeah, you know, when somebody says something makes no sense, when you give them a completely logical statement, that's when you get rid of them, because that means that you know that they don't care. Right? He did do it, Jane. Sorry for your confusion. All right, goodbye. Wasn't sure if you were a troll or not, but see, at this point, I think somebody is a troll when they say Kohberger didn't do it. Do you guys agree with that? I mean, because if you're saying Kohberger didn't do it, then you are a troll, because there is absolutely nobody else at all that... it's not one of those things, they just had a different opinion, Gray. What if she came back into the room and he had killed Ethan, then said, yeah, but how would that have happened? How would that have happened? I don't think that doesn't make sense to me. Because they're going to be near each other. She'd have to be gone for like 2 minutes or something and come back, and then he was there to rescue. They were all aware of him there and attacking everybody, right? I mean, there isn't like Xana was gone for a while and then she came back and Ethan's dead, and he goes, oh yeah, no, I just stumbled upon this. I'm here to help you. You know, there's this whole battle going on and things. So yeah, it can't really be that. Yeah. It was a good attempt there, though.
And make sure that we're watching out for each other.
Okay, and then one other follow-up. I know you said when the call came in, it was for an unconscious person, and also that was a stabbing. It seems, just from an outside perspective looking in, like that would be not the first thing a person calling in would think.
You're right. But the report that we got was that it was an unconscious individual. It wasn't until our officers arrived on scene, went in to do carry.
Yeah, I guess so, Cameron. I mean, that's a possibility. I don't know, though. I don't think he would say, I'm here to help you.
Check on
I think he would just say something more ominous, not a passive aggressive sort
individual
of.
who was unconscious that we found the scene that we found.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Heather Roberts with ABC News. Just to follow up on what she asked, so the other two roommates were there at the time of the attack?
All the information we have from our investigation is that yes, they were.
Okay, but they were unhurt.
That is correct.
So is there any explanation as to why it took so long then for someone to call 911? You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4
Thank you, Cameron.
in the morning and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there. So, we don't know why that.
Yeah, wouldn't he just say that? I mean, I think Kohberger would say something like that if he was just going to say it.
Call came in at noon and not in the middle of the night. Would have we loved for that to have happened? Yes, but that's not how it took.
Well, here's the thing, everybody. How long do normal kids sleep? I mean, so if you, I mean, I know the problem here. Let's say you go to bed at 4 in the morning, right? You probably are going to get up at noon, and maybe that's what time most college kids get up after a night of partying. So I could see a scenario where Dylan was just really scared to even come out of her room. And I've tried to say this before. Oh, and another thing too. So when people say you couldn't have killed all these people in 7 minutes, like the clown says, the UK guy that can't really think his way out of a shoebox, he said, "Oh yeah, well, you'd have to be a military expert here. You'd have to be a military expert." Well, here's the thing: is Madison and Kaylee had a lot to drink. Okay, they had a lot to drink that night. And it would have been really simple for him, okay? Especially Madison. I think he could have killed Madison in 15 seconds. Kaylee, a little larger. She probably could handle her alcohol more because she's a little bit larger and wasn't quite as drunk. And maybe there was a little bit of battle there, but probably had no problem there at all. Then he goes downstairs, and Ethan and Xana had also been drinking, and they just ate, and they're all just really tired and groggy. It was like it was easy pickings for this guy. Okay, now Ethan, he might have just been surprised, like what's going on, and then there's this guy that's stabbing him, and then he gets killed. Huh? What are you laughing at in there, 80s kid? Over and over again. You got 2 laughs in a row. I don't even know where's Iris. I like to read the ones that people laugh at. They're good blocking material most of the time. Now it's not a mystery at all. I'm not confused. Like this case isn't confusing to me. It isn't one of the ones where I'm like, sure, I'd like to hear all of what Dylan has to say, and I mean, she's probably the best witness that there is in the case, right? The cases, and you don't need Dylan Mortensen though to convict him, right? She was just there. Her thing would be, yeah, those eyebrows look similar to the ones that I mean, that's about it. And I heard this at this time, and I heard this at that time. And
took place. So that's why we're investigating everything still to try to pull all the pieces together.
Were they one of the people, were they the 911 caller?
Yeah, I mean, the same person that told me about the bushy eyebrows was saying that it seemed like Dylan was leaving because he had a curfew. I mean, Ethan was leaving because he had a curfew, and he needed to get home, right? And it was sort of right at that time they got something to eat, and then he's leaving. The guy that was laughing. Yeah. Got nothing. Like, there's nothing funny being like humorous right there. Now, at the beginning when I'm going over the crazy comments, yeah, sure, that's bad dream for the girls upstairs. There's only one girl upstairs, but on the second floor. There was 2 way up above. Well, it could have been that Kaylee might have been still awake, or maybe she jumped awake and already had been stabbed, but still tried to fight for her life, right? Because he could have came in and just stabbed them both really quick there. And then she fought for her life, and then he spent some time up there because that's where he really wanted to be. And then because he left the door open, maybe that's when Xana said, hey, somebody's here.
At this point in time, I'm not going to divulge who our 911 caller is, just because I want to keep the integrity of the investigation at this point, okay?
Okay. And last question, are you able to tell whether the same weapon was used on all 4 victims?
You know, that's why we're having the autopsies done. The autopsy will confirm that and hopefully collect some evidence for us, even from those. That's why you do the autopsy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to have more proof. People keep saying that they got text messages hours and hours before. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think it's totally possible that Dylan, because once you call the police, it becomes real, right? So she's probably like, yeah, he's passed out over there. I see something. And then you call your friends, they come over, and they're the ones that see it and go, oh, shit, because they came in, and then they use her phone to call 911. Because, right, remember it was her phone that called 911, and one of the other people who showed up used her phone? They do, though, Teresa, on that campus. For his fraternity, they had a curfew. You understand that, right? You probably didn't know that, though, because you were been watching the wrong channel.
Autopsies is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later. Okay.
Excuse me, Derek Shug, Fox News Digital. Was there anything missing in the home, or were the purses still there? Any robbery attempt, anything like that?
Nothing that we have identified. And I'm going to take about 2 more questions, all right?
Welcome, Cassandra.
I was just wondering, were the 2 other individuals present at the home when police responded at noon?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief, if you don't mind elaborating a bit more on those 2 people. Was it 2 people? What have those people shared about the circumstances of that night, what they saw or didn't see?
Well, I'm not going to go into what they shared that night. Obviously, that's part of our investigation. That's part of the information that we're trying to build our complete story with. So at that, as far as that goes, we're not going to go any further into what they know and what they don't know.
How many were there?
We believe 2.
Have you looked into the social media accounts of all the different victims? We understand that one may have had an account linked to her Instagram account. Have you looked into those accounts? Have you seen any sort of threats made to any of the individuals?
So we are looking at all resources. You know, we got, like I said, the Federal Bureau of Investigation helping us. We got our detectives, our forensic detectives looking into that. We're trying to pull this whole picture. We're looking at everything that we can look at, social media, etc. So to answer your question, yes, we are.
Were the victims all found in one part of the house?
I'm not going to divulge that either. That's part of our investigation. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and close this off. But if you have any questions for the university, we'll open that up at this point in time.
Who has not had a chance to ask a question? Yes, over here.
Oh, actually, I had a question for the chief, so I don't know.
Okay, well, we're passing.
Okay. What is the university doing to make their students feel safe?
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing directly with our students and dealing with those that truly still feel unsafe despite some of the assurances and things that we're doing.
I guess I was misreading what Iris and that Max guy were saying up there. It's not uncommon for me to misread the chat.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. The question of safety is on everyone's mind right now. We have increased campus safety patrols.
All right, I'm going to get out of this interview here and go to something else. All right, so that was the 16th. What about the 17th here? That's nothing. 17th, 18th, homicide update. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan were at a local bar called the Corner Club. Let's see how accurate they are on the 18th. Main Street in downtown Moscow between 10 and 1:30 a.m. On November 13th at approximately 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison were seen on video. I think it's a little bit later, a little bit than these things. Not much, though. Minutes, though. On a video at a local food vendor called Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street. Before, let's see, party for a ride home from downtown to arrive at their 112 King Road residence at 1:45. Well, it turns out it was more 2 o'clock. It's like 1:59 in the morning. Investigators have determined that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were seen at the Sigma Chi house, and that was by Bethany Funk on the University of Idaho campus. At approximately 1:45 a.m., Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned as well. So it's really, it got shifted to 2 o'clock in the morning that all 4 of them were home. So it's just a 15-minute change. They lied to us. That's a red flag. They lied to us. What a joke. God. It has been determined that he was only visiting Ethan Chapin. 2 other roommates were at the residence that night. On November 13th at 11:58, officers responded to the residence after a 911 call reported an unconscious individual. Upon arrival, officers discovered Kaylee Madison, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, or Kaylee Madison, Xana, and Ethan deceased inside their residence. Autopsies conducted on November 17th. The Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. The coroner stated that the 4 victims were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds. So what she's saying is they were asleep when the attacks happened. So I think Kaylee and Madison, she probably nailed that one. Because, they're probably just drunk and chit-chatting and falling asleep together on that bed there. And so they're probably both asleep but woke up during the attack. Hey, Patty Q, my speculation is anything but illogical, okay? I don't know who the hell you're talking to, but you sound like a lunatic. People get frustrated with my logic because it's like, man, I want something a little bit more juicy. It's got to be something more. Like in the Debbie Collier case. He wasn't ATO, okay? You're not another troll, are you? This guy was framed. Jesus. Oh my God. What a bunch of lunatics. Wow. Did he live in the frat house? And you think someone in the frat is checking? What? What are you talking about? Yeah, he did live in the frat house. And they have a curfew. That was something that was told to me by the same person who told me about the bushy eyebrows way before any of you got to hear about them. At this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the 2 surviving roommates or the male in the grub truck surveillance video are involved. So they cleared the one Jack and both of them. But again, notice how they're leaving out the boyfriend at this point. Even though it's been mentioned that there was phone calls. As part of the investigation, detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters. At the time of the release, detectives have received nearly 500 tips. Okay. So that was I think that was that the 18th? No, that's not. So this one says basically the same start at the beginning. On November 13th at 11:58, officers responded to the residence. That's 11:58 a.m. After a 911 call reported an unconscious individual. Upon arrival, officers discovered Kaylee. Autopsies were conducted. At this time in the investigation, detectives do not believe the 2 surviving roommates or the male at the grub truck surveillance video are involved. Additionally, online reports of victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. The identity of the 911 caller has not been released. I think that was on the last one. I just forgot to read it. There's 11:19. These are the areas. See, I think they were already maybe onto an Elantra at this point. Because look at, they've got that whole area in there. Especially back here on Willanta Drive. I think they got that surveillance footage right away and they knew exactly what they were looking for. Looking for 11:20. What's that one? Press release are located at the city of Moscow. Okay. Moscow homicide update. Digital media tips. On the night, so they want people to send in. Remember that one where they wanted to send everybody to send in their surveillance footage? Rumor control. Detectives are aware of a Latah County Sheriff's Office incident of the report of a skinned dog and have determined it's unrelated to the incident. Detectives are also aware of a Moscow police incident of the report of a deceased animals left on a resident's property. This was determined to be wildlife activity and unrelated. There will be a news conference to update the public on the investigation on November 23rd. Alright, so we'll get to that one here in a minute. 21. There's one on the 22nd here. Looks like the same. And there it is right here. Yeah, that was much more there on that one. Where's that video? There must be another one on that. 11:23. That's only that one. Detectives are seeking all outside surveillance video taken between 3 and 6 a.m. See? So the 3, they were probably trying to see if the car was in the area longer, but they already are aware of the vehicle at this point. At this time, the investigation detectives do not believe the following are involved. 2 surviving roommates, the male in the grub truck, private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home, the male Kaylee and Madison called. So finally, it took them 10 days after the murders to clear publicly Kaylee's boyfriend. Through the investigation, 103 pieces of evidence have been collected, approximately 4,000 photographs. Detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters on King Road. Detectives are aware of Latah County Sheriff's Office incident of the report of a skinned dog. Okay, we did that one. 23rd. No, nothing there. What's the FBI link? Oh, they got rid of that page. Yeah, we know Coca-Cola. I just figured I wouldn't say the name. If you don't mind. Seven. Yeah, it's weird how it just kept getting longer and longer and longer. But it sucks though. They didn't put the link to the YouTube video in that one, like they had done on the previous one. I think they're all unlisted videos on YouTube, but they're there. When was that first one? Was that the 17th? Or the 16th? Yeah, I think it was the 16th.
This over to Blaine, who's been dealing.
So when you go to their, oh, maybe this is different than the one. Okay. Maybe it's under videos. Yeah, let's see. Weird. Yeah, so the videos are here, but you can't get, like, if you go to this page here, you can get to the video.
Oh, thanks. Actually, I had a question for the chief, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you want to pass it?
When was this one?
What we do know is the home.
So that's a news channel there.
I'd like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the...
Anyways, maybe I'll figure out some better way to go through that. Do some updates on it. Well, anyways, what do you guys think of the show tonight? I thought it went pretty good. You know, I feel like if you're somebody, I mean, if you missed some of the beginning, here, let's do a quick recap of this thing. All right, so we have this lunatic people out there saying stuff like, there are probably a lot of white Elantras driving around in the early AM hours between November 12th and November 13th in 2022. The chief of police said there were 22,000 white Honda Elantras in the area. He never said that. He said 22,000 white Elantras that fit into our criteria. They didn't say what the criteria was or anything. Okay, total lunatic. Bryan has what looks like so this is in one of his court appearances, he smiled at a police officer, and look at what this super sleuth derived from it. If you have it, it says Bryan has what looks like he just wiped a little smirk off his face, and you can see the deputy clearly has a smirk. They make eye contact. They have a little repertoire. They have a connection. This deputy would certainly not be buddy-buddy with Bryan Kohberger in Moscow, Idaho, if Bryan had actually done what they're saying he did. So he wouldn't even have smiled at the guy unless he knew that he was innocent. This is all a big charade, everybody. It's all to cover up some other incident. Right, Zozo? Some people have even proven it's not to be a 2015 white Honda Elantra circling the 500 Queen Road apartments. This isn't me saying this. It's just information I've read on the internet. Wait a minute. My ears deceived me. I just heard you say it, but it's just information on the internet that you're not saying out loud again. I get it. Okay. And it's quite possible Bryan Kohberger was being a peeping Tom on the early morning hours of November 13th. So now he's even admitting that Bryan Kohberger was parked behind the killer's house, the victim's house, and he is a peeping Tom looking into the house at all of his victims, and lo and behold, it says, on the early morning hours of November 13th, I think at this point it's very safe to say he was not the DoorDash driver, but maybe he was just peeping in the window and he saw what happened and he was terrified. So he just kept driving around, drove for hours in fact. He was probably up for days. What an incredible, oh man. That is some awesome sleuthing there. Yeah. And then the next one is an octillion. It's not even a number. Well, it is. Specifically 5.37 octillion? Why not 6.37 or 5.98? Because the math didn't add up. Numbnuts. How can it be so specific that it's 5.37 octillion? They say that's 27 zeros added at the end. That's make-believe fantasy. That's like telling all your friends you saw a unicorn in the wild. You think anyone's gonna believe you? I certainly wouldn't. Hey, say there's something like 7 or 8 billion people on planet Earth. So if there's only 7 or 8 billion, what in the world is an octillion? That sounds like fake news, everybody. Well, that's because you don't get it. Okay, we went over it. The CODIS markers, there's 20 of them. Each one of the markers themselves has a, depending on what an individual has, a likelihood in the population to have that particular sequence on there in the marker, right? So it's like, maybe that's one. Marker number 1 is 1 in 500. Marker number 1 is 1 in 1,000. And then you have to multiply those together, and that's 1 in 500,000. Then marker number 3, oh my God, that's 1 in 2. So now it's 1 in 1,000,000. And then marker number 3 is 1 in 1,000. Oh my God, now we're at 1,000,000,000. And the next one is, so it just goes on and on. You have to go through all 20 of them. So that if there's a match for all 20 markers. So Bryan Kohberger's DNA, once they swabbed him and compared it 1-to-1 to the sample on the knife sheath, he matched every single marker, and they multiply the odds of each of the markers, and it came out to 5.37 quadrillion or octillion, which equals 671 quadrillion planet Earths before you would find another Bryan Kohberger. All right? So let's look at it like that. Like every single planet in the universe, perhaps. And there might not even be one. There's been a lot of confusion about cell phone data. Apparently, Bryan Kohberger's phone was off. Off. What does that mean? Well, it means he doesn't have a reason to have his cell phone on. Maybe it was dead. It's that simple. Let me ask you guys something. How often do you purposely, when you're in your car driving around, turn off your cell phone? I bet you none of you do that. And if you say you do, I'm going to call you a liar, okay? If you're driving around in your car at night or anything like that, how many of you go and turn your phone off? And the answer is 0, all right? So why was he doing that? See, that's where I'm saying, when you just use logic and common sense right there, right? Well, because that's all he is, the sports life. And I don't know who you're talking about. I'm just talking about, it's crazy. It's one of the most ridiculous videos ever put out in the history of mankind. It's horrible. There isn't one comment in the video that has any common sense or logic to it, and it's all done just for sensationalistic reasons. Much like it was during the Kenneka Jenkins case, where every Tom, Dick, and Harry kept making videos pretending there was all these people hiding and doing all these crazy things. And it turns out, in a 7.5 minute period, Kenneka Jenkins walked down the hallways on the bottom basements, up into a kitchen, into a freezer, and got locked in because she was highly intoxicated. Yeah, probably not, Alan. I bet you're right on that one. And that's probably why it pinged over there, because he didn't have it off. That's how they knew he was in the area. But just that one night he turned it off. Well, I know why he turned it off, everybody. Because he was Peeping Tom. That's crazy. He was a Peeping Tom at the same house, so he turned it off so he wouldn't be detected there. And lo and behold, while he's looking through the window, a murderer comes in and kills everybody, the 4 people in the house there. And then he was like, whoa, this is so crazy, and he drove away. That was a joke, Carrie. Bingo. Good Lord. Jesus. Yeah, that's what he says. And then they hand him the sheath, and he did it. Right. That's right. So what's weird about this guy who made this video that has these thoughts, he didn't explain when Kohberger was the Peeping Tom how his DNA got on the knife sheath. So was the murderer a friend of his who earlier in the day had him touch a knife sheath, and then Kohberger, out of the kindness of his heart, said, guess what I'm going to be doing tonight? I'm going to be a Peeping Tom at 1122 King Road. I'll probably be there at about 4:08 or so. Okay, and wow, the friend said, hey, can you grab this knife sheath for me really quick? Can you snap the button on that sucker? Hey, thank you, Bryan. And then later in the evening, he got there a little bit before Kohberger did. So he gets in the house, and then Kohberger's sitting out there just as a peeping Tom, and he looks up there and he sees his friend. The one who had him hold the guy. How does he get out of it? That's why he said, did you arrest anybody else? Because he said, my God, I saw my friend up there killing people, and I had touched the K-bar knife sheath that he handed me earlier. Oh my God, I shouldn't have told him, though, that I was going to be a peeping Tom at this address at this particular time. That was really dumb of me. Yes, Bryan, because so many peeping Toms out there tell their buddies that they're going to be a peeping Tom that night. I mean, don't you just, when you just heard that whole rant right there, just go, gosh, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. I might even just turn that one into a video. Yeah. And by the way, if you'd like to help, if you like what I'm doing here, one last support of the channel tonight, that'd be awesome. So we can get the first night of the month to be a great night. And get the ball rolling to keep doing what we've been doing. We did $4,500 this last month. Not as good as the month before that, but we did $6,000 the month before that. So $10,000 in the last two isn't bad. And I donate over 50% of the net revenue. So after I pay taxes, then over 50% of what's left goes to the charities, and that's why we're able to give that much money. I think this alibi will be his nose. Yeah, his nose was still home while he was driving. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it was a knife sheath under a quilt. Yeah. God, what a mean roommate he had. You shouldn't have told him. You know what I mean? Thanks, American lady. And then he also said, why is the grand jury so secretive? That's a red flag. Put a 1 if you've heard of grand juries that aren't secretive. He also claimed that there was no footprints in the house, and there was. Remember they found the latent bloody footprint? Oh yeah, if it was really so obvious that Bryan was guilty of 5 octillion to 1 chance that it was his DNA, if it was his car on the camera, it would all be so obvious, and he, of course, would not want to embarrass himself or his family that he loves very much by making this a media circus spectacle. He would just plead guilty. You know, like Chris Watts did, and fade away into obscurity. Oh, wow. Man, that's great logic. Yes, good old Bryan Kohberger. When the writing was on the wall, he was just going to admit to doing it. And thank you, John Dunn, for 5 more channel memberships, an American lady. And Ashley Hansen, no doubt in my mind, Bryan is the killer. Well, there you go. I agree. I have no doubt myself. Well, good, this sports life. See? I do try to make people laugh when I'm going through these, because I'm literally trying to let you see how ludicrous, and it's actually to the point where it's funny to me how crazy these people are. Gray, I don't even know what you're talking about, the bear. You're totally not even talking about anything that I was talking about. You don't even have it correct on that. It's not. You're talking about centimorgans. Man, it makes sense sometimes. BK will invoke Alfred plea. He confesses, but you think so? I don't know. I think the family wants him to have the death penalty. I could see why, you know. And I think the world, you know, like when they get to trial and he's found guilty, I mean, that's probably the best outcome. I mean, you don't want to have people like him. And you know what's funny is they take a snapshot of him smiling at his defense attorneys, and I showed the video on here. He smiles for like 2 seconds. It's like, here, let me show. I'll have to zoom, make my face bigger. I know it's. Here, let me show you what he did. He went like this. But if he's framed it like right there, hey, look, you know, even though that doesn't look like I'm smiling, but he looks over, he goes. Right? Now you pause it on the smile, boy. He looks like he's happy as shit, man. But it was all fake. Because he smiled for like 0.2 seconds. Right? It was just, oh man. You guys are... People who believe that stuff, man, unbelievable. Yeah, it was... Here's the thing about Kohberger. I think Bryan Kohberger is a sociopath or like a psychopath who doesn't actually have genuine feelings, and he looks at people and tries to emulate or imitate what they're doing because he knows that's what he's supposed to be doing, but he doesn't have any general feeling or, you know, real genuine feelings is what I meant to say. When he's doing that, he just knows that's what he's supposed to be doing. That's how I think of him. And a good way to point that out is how he got fired from his teaching job. He just wasn't able to control what he wanted to do. You know, he got removed because he got into an altercation, and then he just did it again anyways because he can't control himself, and he can't even, you know, like there's certain points where he can't even do the fake thing to get by. But nothing else. DS smiles or D smiles. Nothing else. Yeah. Let's see. I noticed that too. Huh? No one defense dark-haired lady beside him smiling the entire time. Yeah, and by the way, this guy thinks that Kohberger and the attorney are in some sort of love affair together. He keeps saying stuff like, if I didn't know better, I would think they were dating. I'm not sure if this guy is literally, if he's a satire, but the people watching don't believe that. They think he's like legit. So maybe he's just satire, you know, like it's just all goofy, almost like Phil Hendry is, where you think it's a real talk show and people are goofing around. Let's just hope that. But the sad part is that the people watching believe the stuff even if it was satire. How weird is that? Who did? Coca-Cola. Oh, I mean Kohberger? Yeah, he was. This one. I have no doubts with some others, but you have my doubts with some others, but yeah, you guys remember the, you know, Debbie Collier case? Yeah. That was the one where I was sort of on an island by myself. And then the only time I got off the island was when I literally called the lead detective, and he said, well, we found an item at the crime. We weren't able to find something at the crime scene. And it turns out later they actually ended up finding the item at the crime scene. So there was a minute there, but even when we go over it on the show, I go, man, this is a suicide. Man, this is... is inappropriate to do a satire bit on. I don't know. It just feels like it's so ludicrous though that it almost feels like it has to be satire. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, I know, Cindy. You always are, but you're wrong already. It's done. The case is over. Hey, thanks, Jessica. See, Cindy just won't let something go because she was so wrong that she just goes, nope, I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong, and just can't go on. It's been decided. It's over. What else are you supposed to do about it? We see you as just Junie. Right. A retired detective found a black glove in crime scene area. God. We know all about that Coca-Cola. Yeah. See, here's the thing. We've been covering the case since the beginning. You don't need to come in here and throw out little comments like we don't know something. That guy is an absolute joke. Okay, that is. You actually believe a YouTuber goes out to the crime scene and finds a glove that is somehow one that they missed? Yeah, you disagreed, but you're wrong, Cindy. That's the thing. So now you need to agree. Right, so the thing is that case is solved, Cindy. So even though you disagreed, it turns out you were proven to be incorrect. So at that point, you need to say, okay, someday maybe. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you know what's even sadder is that somebody would type that in as if it was legit that a glove was found there. Yeah. It's been debunked, by the way. Yeah, I think you did put it there, though. I mean, what do you think that somehow, just randomly, there's a glove sitting there in the snow, and it's this big deal? Come on. Jesus. I mean, okay. We'll give the benefit of the doubt that it was somehow there was this glove just sitting right at the crime scene that every cop missed. Okay, and it was there, and it was just pointed out, and TV shows and guest appearances were achieved because of it. Okay. I know, it's crazy, Cindy. I mean, it's like these people show up here and they throw out little things as if we'd never heard of it. He's not, though, Coca-Cola. I know that you think that. He's the same person who said that a guy on Twitter was Nomadic Trek was Brian Laundrie, and that even after they found Brian Laundrie's body, he told everybody that that's still him and he's still alive. Brian Laundrie's still alive. Okay, so once you have that in your mind, you then have to realize that how can you really trust or believe almost anything again that comes out of there? And it was absolutely shameful. It's the same guy, Coca-Cola. It is the same person. I'm sorry that you're unaware. I know who I'm talking about. You're the person that's confused. Okay? It is the same person. The same detective who said that. Nomadic Trek isn't Brian Laundrie, though. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a fact there. But this YouTuber that you're so fond of attacked Nomadic Trek over and over and over, and his family was fearful, and he never even got an apology, even though the YouTube channel was suspended for a while, and then it was put back up for some reason. I think YouTube just caved in to the dollars. Thanks, Just Junie, because it doesn't really make sense to me how that happened. Who's Hanson? Who are you talking about? I'm not talking about Hanson. Jenny. Nobody's talking about Chris Hansen. Yeah. So it looks like Coca-Cola just started following the case recently. Doesn't really have a clue what the hell they're talking about. No connection between BK and victims. No text, no email. How do you know? How do you know, Ken? How do you know that? The father said that there was, of Kaylee. How do you know there's no connection at all? And even if there isn't any connection, isn't that even more spooky? Bundy didn't have any connections to any of his victims. You know? He would just find him walking around and pretend he has an injury or something, and they'd come try to help him. And I mean, maybe one or... I don't know if he has any victims that he had connections with, but most of them he just stumbled upon. Yeah, but a minute ago, Coca-Cola, you just said that it's not the same person. And I assure you that the same person who found the glove is the same person who went after a person on Twitter relentlessly for months. And the guy was absolutely in fear for his life because all of the crazy stalker people that follow that guy were going after him over and over and over again. And that's a real story that really happened. All right. Now, maybe he's different now and all that stuff. That's good. But it's not something I'm going to forget that happened, because then you wonder, what kind of a person does that? Even after finding Brian Laundrie's body, his skull and everything, he still thinks Brian Laundrie's alive because Nomadic Trek is still alive. Instead of just going, ooh, shit, I blew it. I guess it really wasn't him. That's when you know somebody can't be give up. Now, here's the thing. There's sometimes where has been times where I think I'm right about something, then somebody throws something out there and I go, oh, shit. Oh, man, I was totally wrong. And then I have to shift and put that into the fact chain as you move forward. You don't keep trying to fight for something that you know you're completely wrong about. Now, if it's an opinion, I'll battle that one out. But if it's something like, oh no, Gray, it's actually 37, not 15, you know, whatever. Oh shit, it was 37. I thought it was, okay, hold on a second. Okay. Ooh, yeah, that changes things. Let me put this over here. Yeah. I wonder what specifically why Bryan Kohberger's mother was very concerned with Bryan traveling to a distant place alone. Well, how do we know that for sure? You could almost make your own parody video with theory. Yeah, I was thinking of doing something like that. Says he bought the K-bar sheath at March. Yeah, I thought it was on Amazon or something. Yeah, I don't know. The whole trip with the dad is kind of weird now. I think you guys have sort of sold me. I don't know where it came from, but I mean, we talked about it at the beginning. But I just sort of the whole thing about Kohberger, his family must have absolutely thought that he could be the killer the whole time. As soon as the White Elantra came out, it was a national story, huge story on Fox News, CNN, everywhere, you know, ABC, every freaking channel you can think of. And so his parents must have known that there were 4 college students murdered within, 10 miles of their son, who drives a White Elantra. And he's a little weird. Our kid's weird. They knew their son had mental, there's something wrong with him. So you know that they were thinking that there was something up, that it could be him. And maybe, I want to know whose idea it was for the dad to go there. It could be Kohberger's, because he didn't want to be driving alone, because that's sort of his MO. And then you bring a dad, and then there's 2 people. And yeah, I just think that they must have known. Yeah, I mean, I think at the beginning I was thinking maybe not the dad, but I think a few months back I was like, well, geez, maybe they... Maybe they did know because of the WIDA launcher and everything. So what I hope is, for those of you who do go watch those other channels and whatnot, when you're watching them, be more like, think through what they're saying a little bit more, you know? Listen to what they're saying and go, wait, that doesn't really match. Like, for example, on this shit here, the guy says his alibi was driving around. Driving around late at night is not a crime, and lots of people drive around at night. Then later he goes and says the part about, let's see. Where was the one? Looks like he just... No, it was the one where he says that maybe he's sitting there at the house as a peeping Tom. Well, that's illegal, right? I mean, so what happened to the first story that you said? You said, oh, it's not illegal to drive around at night. Oh, but then he's a peeping Tom, and... you know, he just happened to witness the murder while sitting there. So then that reminds me of the Abby and Libby case where you see, let's see, Abby and Libby Libby was supposed to meet a catfishing account at the bridge that day. When she gets there, she only didn't get to meet the catfishing account because some psycho random killer killed them. So that sort of reminds me of this. Here's Kohberger just sitting there doing his weekly stalking and looking through the windows and peeping Tom activities. And this time, though, it was different. Because this time, a murder was happening at the exact same time. Unbelievably bad luck for Bryan Kohberger, yet again. Man, he's an unlucky guy. He was just there to do laps. You know, like Indy 500, he did 4 laps, and he drove around, and he parked every once in a while, and he... Oh my God. I can see your... I don't know what you're typing in, Elliot, but I have a lot of words and things that are blocked for troll purposes. But I can see your comments. Oh, maybe it was too long, it didn't make it. I don't know. Isn't it like on the spectrum? I think people still say that. Asperger's, don't they? It's not just called... It's called you're on the spectrum. High functioning. I don't know, isn't it amazing, Zoe? Or, you know, is it Zooey? Or how just unlucky Bryan Kohberger is? Jesus. I mean, the sucker goes out for a drive one night just to look at the stars, do whatever. And then he goes, hell, I don't need my phone. I know where I'm going. So he turns it off. And he drives all the way over to Moscow, and he's just driving through neighborhoods, and you know, and he goes up around the house with the 4 girls in it and drives by, looks in. Forget it. You know what? That's a cool looking house. I'm going to go back there again. So he goes back again 8 minutes later. And he looked at it and he was like, yeah, that's cool. And he was driving. Well, you know what? Let me look at it one more time. And about 16 minutes later, he comes back again. And he was looking at the house. And he's driving away, and he goes, you know what? I might want to live here someday. Let me come back one more time. Then he drives around, and he comes back at about 8 minutes later again, and he parks his car there. And this time he's really glancing up into there, trying to get a good feel for the house. And now he's seeing that there's girls up there. And he's sitting there, and he's looking, and he's looking, and he's staring through the window. And don't you know, a psycho starts killing them all in there. And he watches for 12 minutes. He just sits there and he keeps looking and looking and looking. And then, out of fear, after 12 minutes of looking and looking and looking, you know, he sat there and watched the stabbing for 7 minutes at least. He gets in his car and he drives really quick. He was already in it, but he drives away fast, really fast. And then he doesn't turn on his phone or anything to call 911 because, of course, they'd ask him, what were you doing there? And you have to say, well, I was just looking at a potential house that I might live in at some point, but it wouldn't look good. He knew it wouldn't look good. So then he drives south of Moscow, and about 8 miles later, 20 minutes after that, he turns his phone on because he doesn't know where the hell he is, and he uses Google Maps to get all the way back home. Boy, is he unlucky. That poor, unlucky Bryan Kohberger. Darn. Man, he should get a medal for being unlucky. Right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel sorry for Bryan Kohberger now. He is being absolutely railroaded by a bunch of psychos who didn't realize that he was just an unlucky guy that night. Poor Bryan Kohberger. He was such a fantastic individual. One we should all inspire to be like. But on one fateful night, on November 13th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger's fate turned, and he became one of the most unlucky people that's ever lived on the planet Earth. Good night, Bryan Kohberger. What an absolute joke, man. Are you guys with me here? I mean, don't most of you at this point just feel like, my God, this guy's the one? So maybe tomorrow we'll have to do, if there's possibility, just send me all the other theories. And here's the cool part about it, everybody. They're all easy to just trash, the theories, because they're not true. That's the beauty of it. And you can factually disprove them. Yeah, the clown music. That's right. Yeah, try to find that photo of Xana's room, but I've seen what people say is Xana's room, and it's not her room. So maybe you have a different one. I don't know. But why? Hey, we say howdy here said, I'm with you 143.5%. But that seems bogus. Why say 143? Why not 144.7 or 153.6? Why say it like that? Gee, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you could have said something. Okay, well, guess what? It's an equation. They did the math through it by generally accepted odds for each one of the markers on the CODIS. Okay, thank you. Was at the wall. Her what? Yeah, you just have to send me stuff. Send me all the crazy shit that you're hearing out there, because I don't watch these people. So it was just like somebody mentioned my name, so I went and listened, and his rebuttal was so ludicrous. That's not even this guy. It's the most wishy-washy pile of crap you've ever heard. And if you wanted to listen to something and not go in any direction whatsoever or think about anything interesting, that's the video you'd want to go watch. Yeah, that sounds like a hell of a lot of fun. Isn't that the first video you'd want to go see? Oh man, that's good stuff. If I do say so myself. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Was tonight's show effective in mitigating some of the crazy conspiracy crap? There we go. And here we go. Now we'll know that the no's are all trolls, so thank you very much. You don't necessarily... Oh, go look at these no's. No, you didn't, Gray. You're bashing one of my favorite channels because I'm a dumb shit that watches these shows. I actually believe in them. Oh, God, Gray. Yeah. Hey, Mellow Blue, what's going on? It actually makes me angry, to be honest with you. True crime isn't a joke. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, you can have things that are funny sometimes, but it's not something when you're trying to present the information. It's not a joke, like inventing stuff. Now, debunking can be. Ah, jeez. Let's forget this guy. Hold on a second. Well, thanks, Jared. Hey, why'd you remove that one? Have you ever watched? Oh, yeah. Well, that's the one. We don't mention channels on here, but that's the crazy person that I'm talking about, Alan. He's the one that just talked about my show. I mean, he's literally... It's painful to watch. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, man. There's nothing to glean from it. Wishy-washy shit. Like I think 2 videos ago of his, he discussed my latest video, and he goes, "Here's where he's wrong. Now, here's what Graise is wrong," or however he talks. I can't do it. It's just. And he goes on, and I don't really care if you disagree, but when you disagree with just sort of create stuff that isn't even better, or even, like, here's what you should do when you're arguing with somebody. When you come up with your rebuttal comment, make sure it's better thought out and makes more sense than the person that you're arguing against. Right? When you come back with, if I go, well, I think Kohberger, he did it alone, and I go through all the stuff, and they go, well, Gray, I think it's likely somebody dropped him off there, and they went around in circles, and then they picked him up after that. Gray? And then I said, well, what evidence do you have of that? Well, I don't have any, but that's what I think. Well, you lose, okay? Because there is none. And so that's the thing, is when people come back with something that is way less valid, or it's a worse theory based on the facts, then, I mean, I'm not sure what your point is when you do that. Have something better. You would think they would, so I don't really know what they're... I think what it is go look at the view counts on those shows, and it's massive. Because people like conspiracy, nonsensical, ridiculous stuff, because the actual story itself isn't really, here's the thing. The Kohberger case is probably somewhat simple. He's a guy that was, however he got onto Maddie and Kaylee or whatever, we don't know. But he goes over there, he travels around, stalks the house for a while, then he plans it out. He's a student. I think he's literally emulating Ted Bundy. That's my theory. I put it out there at the very beginning of the case, and now there's been multiple people that have said that. But I think he had a similar sort of trying to emulate him a little bit, and he just goes over there and he killed him, and he thought he planned it out really well, and he didn't. He got caught on some things. Now, if there wasn't, I would say this, if there wasn't surveillance footage in a few key locations, and the DNA on the sheath is big, but I don't need the DNA. I hardly ever even mention it. That's what's funny. Like when I go over this case, I hardly ever mention the DNA, because even without it, he's there, man. Like, he's right there. his vehicle is driving around. So when people say out loud, here, let me show you guys something. See if I can find it quicker this time. I want people that are still watching that don't normally watch me to see something. This thing right here. Watch. So this is like a massively... Let me make myself smaller. You guys probably don't want to see my face anyways. So here's the 1112 King Road surveillance camera. And this is right here on... So here's the 1122 King Road. That camera is right here pointing at... See that little T in the road right there? That's what this is. Right here. Look how absolutely clear that shot is right there. This is just a still frame from that day at 1:56. So somebody out there who released this footage has the full... And you know what's interesting here is this says balcony. Normally you put balcony if you have another camera somewhere. Yeah, you wouldn't need to put that because you had one, right? But anyways, it's right here. Now look at this footage right here. You don't think when that Elantra turns right here that you'll be able to... Look at that. That's a license plate right there. That's a license plate. That's a license plate. When that car turned, I guarantee it, you can tell if that has a license plate on the front or not. Right? And then when it leaves, you'll be able to see that it has a back license plate. I doubt you can read it, even though this is really clear. Would you rather Kohberger? I don't know. I'd rather have it go to trial just because I'm somebody that wants to, you know, get all the information about what really happened. If he pleads, I'd like to have him required to say what he did in detail, in order, just like they did with Dennis Rader. So look at this. This is what's going to happen on this video right here. So I've showed this before. You got all the freaks that are watching see this all the time. But here's what's going to happen. At 3:30 in the morning, this video right here is going to show a white Elantra come down like this and turn on this road. Okay, then it's going to drive down. And then after it does that, we're right here. It's going to drive down like this. It's going to go around, and then that other camera at 1330 Linda Lane, you'll see it come back behind. It'll match up perfectly. And then we're going to know exactly how long the car stopped here, if it did at all. Because if it makes sense, the timing when it drives by the camera again, it means it didn't pause. But if it goes by like 2 or 3 minutes later, that means it waited on each trip to monitor what's going on in the house. I think he parked here each time and looked up here to see if the lights are off or anything. So then he drives around again. Then you're going to see on this camera the car drive by like this and exit the area. Then 8 minutes later, you're going to see the car come back in again, turn, come down, and then do the exact same thing that I was just showing you. It's going to drive down like this, come around, and come around like this. Then you're going to look at this camera, and it'll drive by like this, exiting the area again. Then, 16 minutes later, it comes back the third time, and it comes back. You'll see it crystal clear driving by, and again, the same thing. It comes around, comes over here, maybe pauses for a minute, then exits, driving just like this, past the camera, yet again. So it'll be going like this and leaving. Then it comes back a fourth time. You can see the car come in at about 4:05, right like this, drive down. Then on that pass, what happens is it comes around the corner and then it turns around, because this is just after the DoorDash. So I'm wondering if he was aware somehow the DoorDash was just there prior. So he comes around like this. And as a matter of fact, when he left off the third pass, it's 3:58. And that's right around the DoorDash time. So he might have even seen it pull up here. So when he came back the next time, he turns around over here, comes back, and he tries to turn around or park or something in this area. And I think either it's audio on this camera or there's another camera that can see him doing that. Then it drives down here and does a 3-point turn, and you'll see that all on the camera. So the beauty of it is when it drives down like this again, after trying to park in front of 1122 King Road, it's going to come over here, do a 3-point turn, and drive right back in front of the camera. So basically for the 5th time, it's going to drive in front of that camera there, and with head on. And then it's going to come around that time and finish the pass. This time, however, it parks the car in this area, and it's there for 12 minutes. It gets right here at 4:08. And then, after all the people are murdered, the car takes off at a high rate of speed, comes around, and guess what you'll see? You'll see it going faster around the corner, boom, out of there. It's possible up here, if you can see Willanta Drive, if this isn't the full shot, you might be able to see the lights of a vehicle driving up on Willanta Drive. Then it heads out of town, just like this. I mapped it out based on how they described it, how if it had gone this way, they would have seen it on cameras. And then it came out right here at Palusa River Drive and Conestoga Drive. And then a mere 20 minutes later, his phone is turned on, placing Bryan Kohberger's phone at 4:48 right around in this general area west of Blaine, Idaho. Can I get a boom? Now, see, that's boom shit right there, right? That's where you just go, oh my God. You know, and it's missing a front license plate. And that's what Bryan Kohberger's license plate car had, because he didn't need one in Pennsylvania. Right? There's very, very few people that live in the area here that drive around without a front license plate. So what you have to ask yourself, people out there, is, okay, you think there's 22,000 white Elantras driving around in the area. How many white Elantras were driving around at 3:30 in the morning without a front license plate? Can you answer that question for me? It must be about 20 of them. I mean, there was 22,000 Elantras in the area. Well, they didn't say there was 22,000 in the area. They said there were 22,000 that fit into the criteria. They likely did a search for white Elantras 2015, or maybe even a wider range, in the whole Northwest up there. Yeah. I haven't really read any of them, Elliot. Sorry about that. I do shows. Like, I barely read. You know, like I see like 10% of the chat. You know, you got the YouTubers that sit there and that's all they do is just feed off the chat the whole time. I was stalked and almost murdered by a serial killer in the 80s. Oh, that's crazy. He said, send me an email on that one. Maybe she could come on the show and tell us about it. Yeah. So anyways, you see up at the top, we got 18% said no. And those are the ones that are just hardcore conspiracy nutters. Okay? The ones that it doesn't matter what you tell them, they think Bryan Kohberger's innocent and they cannot get past it. Doesn't matter what you tell them. You give them the most logical thing you've ever heard in your life. They don't care that the person they're listening to says, it's quite possible Bryan Kohberger was being a peeping Tom on the early morning hours of November 13th. I think at this point it's very safe to say he was not the DoorDash driver. But maybe he was just peeping in the window and he saw what happened and he was terrified, so he just kept driving around and drove for hours. In fact, he was probably up for days. I mean, that kind of just lunacy should be enough where you go, yeah, that is weak. Yeah. Right. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you all for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Might have to do a part 2 tomorrow with some, just send me in the information. Maybe if you have a link or something too, and if it's a YouTube video, send me the time code. Don't just send, hey, Gray, in this video. I don't have time to watch the whole thing. I'd rather just sort of see what you're saying they said. Yeah, but thank you to Glory Batari, JD White, K Me, Ali79, JD White, American Lady, Circa Then, Noreen Gardner. Hey, and Alan, it was good to see you in here. Like we went to high school together, didn't we? Noreen Gardner, Connie Lowe, Cola 337, Susan Smith, Lisa Valenzuela, Carrie, Danielle, Wildflowers, Christy Lynn Snow, Allison Cosgrove, Live Free or Die, Kit Kat, Gene Darcy, Bama Forever with the double cat eye there. Live Free or Die again, Claudia Neubauer, Christy Kazi, George Leonard, let's see, Engine HB, a new member, Kami, John Dunn gifted 10 memberships. That was very kind of you, thank you. Then John Dunn, super chat. Cindy J, JD White, John Dunn, a super chat. American Lady, KK, Tania Animus, Calamity Colleen, Christy Kazi, Cameron, Iris Rainbow, Cameron, Cassandra, John Dunn, another 5 memberships. American Lady, Ashley Hansen, and Just Junie. Maybe I'll donate 5 too. How about that? Why the hell not, huh? Where is it? Membership gifting. There we go. I think they're get Oogla Boogla freaks too, right? And there you go. Don't forget to re-up though, because this is the place you want to be. And I'm gonna start doing some members only, just sort of hanging out live streams for, I don't know, 30 minutes sometimes, maybe an hour, working on something. Show you what I'm doing. So there he goes. You got Peter Keklak, Carrie, Yabba Dabba Doo. I thought you already were one. Oh, somebody named Hughes. That's a little bit skeptical on that one. Let's see. What are the odds of that? Yeah, I guess you're an actual Hughes. Older account. So, thank you. Oh, let me check another place. Sometimes I get PayPals that I didn't notice. Not sure. I think there was a Cash App earlier. But nope, no PayPals, you guys. Come on. Jesus. Those are the ones that YouTube doesn't take a portion of. Man. Hey, Alan, were you ever in the military? Something like that? Can't remember. An actual Hughes. Usually they're trolls or something when they try to make a similar name as mine. Never says unspoken. Thank you, Kathy Shufflet. Yeah, he's actually friends with James Betzer, who another friend of mine out there. Ding, 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 ding. He must have taken off. Oh, thanks, Kathy Shiflett. So you guys be into part 2 of this? I think it's kind of fun, actually. It's cathartic for me because I get so frustrated with it out there that I think it's helpful. It makes me. That's sort of like my element too. That's sort of what I do, you know. Like I used to just do debunking stuff, and you know, I figure stuff out, and it's sort of part of the same thing. Actually reset my display name on here to Papa Rogers. Jeez, as a joke. Yeah, that was Elliot Roger. Yeah, Betzer, I love Betzer is so nice. I actually, I don't know if you ever been to the that Beach Fest thing. Those are like the coolest people ever. I mean, there isn't anybody in there that I go, oh man, I don't like that. Even though politically I don't really align with some of them, it's just like it's always so fun, Cold cases and remember Beach Fest? Remember last year during I think it was Kylie Rodney when I was at the beach and I put out that video and then I drove over and then I showed you a little bit. They were even on the camera for a little bit, like all those guys. I was in the Army, 0 training with knives. Okay, well, what does that mean, though, Richie? Hey, Richie, do you believe that you need to have knife skill training to be able to do what Kohberger did? I'm just curious. You guys can keep being arrogant, blind, and misinformed. I'm out. Oh, go. Oh. What a joke. Hey, before you leave Palm Digs, let me get you something here. Hold on a second. I feel like you need this one. Here's your trigger bunny. Okay. You're no dummy. Here's your trigger bunny. He'll make you feel warm and funny. Oh, you gotta go, Alan, man. Just do it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're way overseas, that might be kind of hard. Well, if you ever happen to be in town randomly. Anyways, I appreciate the emails, too, our conversations. There we go. There's your trigger bunny. Does that make you feel better? Oh, another thing too. Don't you? These are all the channels that use all the buzz terms like unalived, and like they have so many different words. They spell out killed. Guess what, everybody? It's called killed. It's called murdered. It's called. I mean, I'll just go on and on and on. That's what it's called. Before he was K-I-L-L-E-D. Oh, God. I can't say it. Really? Oh, yeah, cool, man. Let's do it. That'd be cool, Alan. I hate that. I mean, I don't even know why. It's almost embarrassing, you guys. Like, this is the true crime community. You can't put out a video where you actually say murdered or like suicide. It's not unalived. Bryan Kohberger came into the house and unalived 4 people. What? I think, you know what YouTube should do is start making that something. Because if the word murdered triggers people, then so does unalived once they realize that's what the hell you're saying every time. Alright, so how about YouTube start banning unalived? Make that not ad... I mean, I would make it not ad-worthy because it would be offensive to anybody paying for an ad to hear something so ludicrous. You know what I'm saying? Little I know it could be changed back for... Yeah, 60 days. But your name says Elliot to us. You can't do true crime and not say those words. You're right. Yeah, but who cares if it lowers your algorithm? You know what I mean? Like, live streaming is never monetized really right off the bat anyways. It's dumb. I mean, the guy that had all the wonderful quotes, he has all kinds of words he uses for all the different things. Well, good. Hello, Peach. I do try to make people laugh, you know, with my sarcasm and whatnot. But that being said, everybody can watch whatever the hell they want to watch. But I think you should actually hold your channels that you watch to higher standards and be more critical in the comments. See, here's the thing. In my case, I get questioned on every tiny little thing because I'm not on the side of the mass people. Just like in Kanika Jenkins. I had the surveillance footage. I went through it meticulously and proved every single thing where there was no out for the other side. And they go, well, what about this? And ask these crazy, outlandish questions. But they never question the people that say, see that blue thing over there? That's a person standing there. See the guy scooping ice? He's not just scooping ice. He's punching somebody in the face. No, he's not. But nobody questioned it. Oh, yeah, I see it too. So why don't you question those people a little bit more? When you see it, just go, well, what do you mean? Above, you said that there's nothing wrong with driving around late at night. And then later you said that he was parked there as a peeping Tom, maybe. And he just happened to witness the murder and then drove away all around town all night just wondering what happened. But how come he didn't call 911? Oh, because he didn't want them to say, what were you doing? And then that would lead back to his peeping Tom. Okay. Whew. Wow. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's like what is it? I can't remember. Shell game or something. Anyways, thanks everybody for being here tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Send me any of the crazy things that you've seen out there, and we'll do it again tomorrow, man. Gotta keep on going. Gotta get through the nonsense. All right, so thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you all very much for your support and getting us a good start to the month here. Thanks, John Dunn, for all those memberships you bought, everybody. That was very cool. And that's it. Great. And I hope you guys appreciated the show. I did. I thought it was just exactly what needs to be done here. You know, I'm not saying anybody's names or anything. I'm just going over the weird-ass shit that I'm seeing. I don't want any extra views for anybody because I'm pointing this stuff out. That's sort of opposite. Yep. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And hey, man, and boom, look at what we're doing with the DNA, man. We got some stuff in the works coming up. Be safe out there. Boom.
Good night, everybody. Hey, Gray, that was really cool. I like the part where you're like...
I know, we just went over the whole thing.
Gosh, Gray, I was just going to say I like that one part about the DNA. The octillion? I didn't think that was a number either. Thanks for explaining it to me.
Wait, you didn't think octillion was a number?
Yeah, I thought it was weird with all the 27 zeros.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody. Oh, I guess I have to do the rap. Hold on a second. Where are the freaks? I gotta find this old. Gotta dust this all off here. Where are the pictures of the freaks? Where is that? There we go. The old freaks. Some newer ones. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Got that, and then we got to get to the, was it under, man, I don't even remember. What was the name of that thing? No. In here? Is it Cool Cats? Yeah, that was it.
Hey, great! This is my favorite! When I'm in the mood, I sprinkle troll on my food, but I don't eat it. I chew it up and spit it out and repeat it. It's not a treat. The troll is beat. Just one of the ways that I defeat it. Staying in my groove. When there's a troll on the move, just takes a second to remove, cause every time I conclude, the troll is gonna lose. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so fly? Such a whiny cry, battle me, you're gonna fry. Gonna send you out to mummify. It's time to say goodbye. Yee-hoo! When I'm in the mood, I sprinkle troll on my food, but I don't eat it. I chew it up and spit it out and repeat it. It's not a treat. The troll is beat. Just one of the ways that I defeat it. Staying in my groove. When there's a troll on the move, just takes a second to remove, cause every time I conclude, the troll is gonna lose. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so fly? When touch a whiny cry, battle me, you're gonna fry. Gonna send you out to mummify. Nice try, lizard eye, I see you creeping on the sly. Why you think you're so sly? Such a whiny cry, battle me, you're gonna fry. Gonna send you out to mummify. Off Indian Ocean liner, no one can rock the microphone finer. East Coast, South Carolina, Louisville, Seville, and hanging out Mel's Diner. Off to China, cause I got a show there. I need a passport cause I gotta go there. Hey, look at that, it's Cairo, man, look at Cairo with blue. Here's a little story that I got to tell. Hey Greg, what happened to the music?
It's coming. It'll come back on, Mary Lou. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay, great. Thanks. Here's a little story that I got to tell about three bad brothers you know so well. Started way back in history with that rock MCA and me, Mike D. Had a little horse, his name was Paul Revere. Here my horse, they were a quart of beer. Ran across the land, kicking up sand. Sure, posses on my tail, cause I'm in demand. One lonely beast, D.I.B. All by myself without no body. The sun was beating down my baseball hat. The air was getting hot, the beer was getting flat. Looking for a girl, I ran into a guy. His name was MCA, I said howdy, he said hi. He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 4 days in my run and then he's buying of thirst. The brew was in my hand and he was in my tip. The source is right, asked me for a sip. He said, can I get some? I said, you can't get none. He had a chance to run, he pulled a shotgun. Quick on the draw, I thought I'd be dead. He put the gun to my head and this is what he said. My name is simply, I got a license to kill. I hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill. Hope you know what time it is, it's time to get ill.
What happened? What happened, Mary Lou?
I started thinking about something else. I'm on the run, the cop caught my gun. Right about now it's time to have some fun. The King at Rock is my name, and I know the fly spot where they got the champagne. Subway rode 6 hours and we hit the spot. The roof was dormant and the girls was hot. The two was staring like he knows who we are. We took the empty spot next to him at the bar. Yo, this kid, I said I did what I know he did. Kid said, get ready, this ain't funny. My name's Mike D and I'm about to get money. Pulled out the jammy, aimed at the sky, and went to fly. Hands went up and people hit the floor. Raised the 2 kids that ran for the door. I'm Mike D and I get respect. The cash in the jewelry is what I expect. MCA was with it, he's my ace. So I grabbed a piano player and I punched him in the face. Piano player's out, music stopped. Boy had 8, he got dropped. Mike D grabbed the money, MCA grabbed the gold. Grabbed 3 girlies and I grew the phone. Like a hot diddy poppy poppy pop diddy diddy poppy pop poppy. Don't dare stop or come alive, yo. Give me what you got, cause I'm guaranteed to make you rock. So 1, 2, 3, 4, tell me one, but Mike, what are you waiting for? Like a hip hop, hippity hippity hip hip a hoppin', you don't stop a rockin'.
Hey, you gonna do Ice Ice Baby, Mary Lou?
If you want me to, Gray, I'll do another one. Gray, I sure will.
Alright, go ahead.
Well, where's the music then?
Like I said, it's gonna start up again. You know how it goes? Okay, Jesus.
Okay, Gray, thanks. Press stop, collaborate and listen. I sit back with a brand new invention, something grabs a hold of me tightly, flows like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop? Yo, don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow to the extreme. I rock the mic like a vandal, light up the stage and light the chump like a candle. Dance, cause the speakers up boom, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best in the family. Love it, leave it, better give way, better hit bullseye, a kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook of my DJ revolves it. Now that the party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the Vegas are pumping, quick to the point, cause the point no faking, cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, burning them in quick and nimble, go crazy when I hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo, I'm on a roll, time to go solo, rolling, in my 5.0 with my rag top down so my hair can blow, the girl is on standby, waiting just to say hi, did she stop? No, just drove on, kept on, well soon to the next stop, about the left, I'm headed to the next block. The block was dead, y'all, so I continued to A1A, Detroit Avenue. Girls were hot, wearing less than bikinis, rock man, love, driving Lamborghinis, jealous, cause I'm out getting my shade was a gauge of vanilla, was a 9, gunshots ranged out like a bell, I grabbed a 9, all I heard was shells falling on the concrete real fast, jumped in my car, slammed on the gas, bumper to bumper, the avenue's packed, time to get away from the Jackers Jack, police on the scene, you know what I mean, took a sleeve up in front of all the dope fiends, if there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it, check out the hook of my DJ revolves it. Take heed, cause I'm a lyrical poet. Miami's on the scene, just in case you didn't know it. My town, decorated all the bass sound. Left shit get holes in the ground, cause my style's like a chemical spill. These are object and vision and feel. Conducted and form, it's just a hell of a concept. You make a height, And anyone a stupender, straight plays on the face, slice like a nunja, cut like a razor blade so fast. Or the DJ said, damn, if a rhymes or a drug, I'd sell a polygram. I keep my composure when it's time to kick loose, magnetized by the mic while I kick my shoes. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook when my teacher evolves it.
Right, Mary Lou. Well, thank you very much for the entertaining songs at the end of the show.
Hey, thanks, Gray, for letting me participate tonight. I really appreciate it.
Is that you, Mary Lou? What the hell kind of a comment was that? It sounded so technical.
I just really enjoyed tonight's show, Gray.
Wait, are you actually Timmy pretending to be Mary Lou?
Yes, you got me there, Gray. I was trying to be Mary Lou.
Let me try to do it again.
Hi, my name is Mary Lou. How are you doing, Gray?
Well, Mary Lou... Mary Lou doesn't sound like that, you... Anyways, alright. Okay, you guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Yay!
Alright. See you guys later.